You are muted.
Good morning, traders. Thank you, Tom. Good morning, traders. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Welcome, chat, and welcome, Abhishek, and Nate is in the background, Nick, Terry, and who's here? Everybody, good morning. What's happening?
CPI this morning.
Oh, wow. Don't tell me. I mean, this was a crazy push here. Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, no, that was a pretty good CPI too in terms of the numbers. So that was we had some people pass the evals on my live stream on YouTube. So I think like 90% of the chat passed. So that's always good to hear. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm anticipating more bullishness today, but we could see a move lower to like the low from the 830. But well, we'll see.
What do you think about the numbers? It's like positive, or like, I mean, obviously so much, I mean, somewhat as expected, I think, but could be positive or like a negative interpretation. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I mean, they dropped by a little bit more than they anticipated. I think it came in at the month-to-month came in at 0.2, and they were expecting 0.3. So, but the year-to-year didn't change or anything. But I mean, it did go down. So
yeah,
it's always good, right? It's better than it going up.
Oh,
yeah, definitely. Who would like to go first, Nick or Tom?
I'll go first here. Kind of
Thanks,
what I'm
Nick.
seeing is, I will say, even though we did have that push up, I did not like, however, the failure to close above this previous day high on the hourly. So if we're checking the hourly chart out right here, I did not like how I went up here, took this previous day high, and then just rejected. It could be nothing, could be something. One thing to notice here is between NQ and ES, there's a divergence, right? There was a 4-hour gap from yesterday that was put in, and ES never came into it. So we got SMT at the lows, and I think we got to draw higher here, right? We got these relative equal highs. I feel like CPI is the day to do it, to run towards that level. So what I'm really going to be watching for is like a 15-minute gap tag right here. And then I'm just going to be looking for some sort of pullback to then go long up to this level here at, I believe that is previous month high at 26,114. So that's sort of what I'm watching on NQ. And then for ES, it's already trading at all-time highs, so you're just going to have to sort of you're just going to have to trade it, right? If you do want to trade. It's probably just going to continue higher because NQ has a lot of room to run here. And then for you guys that trade based off news, it was good news. So, it could be something as well. Let's go to gold. Gold usually moves a good bit on CPI days as well. We have this 4-hour gap here from yesterday. Price never came into it, and I really don't know if it's going to do it today. So I think this 1-hour candle close at 10 a.m. will be a little bit easier for people to catch longs, because you could catch something like this up to this high at 46.40, or you could go to the 15-minute and see if you can find something down in here for longs, right around this 46.05 level. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking for bullishness on everything. Gold, indices. Could see a slight pullback on NQ and ES, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Also, too, we have a 4-hour candle close at 10 a.m. and I want to see it close above this high at 26,020. So that's just something to watch there. But that's all I got.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, thank you.
Tom, what do you see this morning?
Well, this was definitely an interesting day. I'm a little bit suffering from this FOMO because in the early London session, I went long. I don't even know exactly from where, but somewhere from that congestion area. I wanted to go long because I was looking for 15-minute supply zone at 952. I was absolutely married to the idea, so I took a long, which ended up in a stop loss, and then I actually took another long after my London stream. So actually I had 2 stop losses today and I got taken out. And so I was hesitating like what to do. And obviously, as we can see, 952 has been finally taken out. But of course, at the news release, it's always a gamble. So you never know where the markets will go. And obviously that would have been a gamble. But yeah, we've taken out that level. Something interesting here. Yes, so on the higher time frame, if I switch to the hourly, if we go to the left here, we have these beautiful levels. We talked about this a couple of times last week as well. Like these levels around 26,100-ish area, 4 times relative equal highs here. I'm just kind of assuming that we're definitely having we are definitely having liquidity above those levels. So let me just put, there you go, there's the money. So I think we're having liquidity above 26K and 100. That being said, let me just go back to the 5-minute here. Actually, I'm going to go back to the 1 minute. Now, it seems like NQ is flatlined, but we have the news candle from 8:30. The low is 910. Would not be surprised on the liquidity sweep down to 910. Easy to do for NQ, just to squeeze out the long positions. In the big picture, I'm definitely bullish. But again, wouldn't be surprised on the squeeze down below even 900 or even lower to take out, let's see. Yeah, these would be like early AM session lows all the way down to 880 just to pick up orders. But yeah, overall looking to take maybe a long position and we'll see how it goes. And on gold, well, I mean, what can we do on gold? Gold is just keeps pushing higher. I have no level up there, by the way. The only level I'm still watching would be a short to go down to 45, 47.8, but it's not happening. Silver is like, we got to talk about silver. It's kind of crazy what's going on. I did receive a good video in my stream earlier and some good explanation. One of many theories, because I'm reading different stories of what could be happening with silver. I think partially that could be the reason why gold is just pushing higher. I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm not going to trade gold today. I don't think so. The only level that I would look for, if we break 45, 85.8 down direction, I'm going to put an alert here. So I'm going to put my alert at, 45, 85.1, whatever. If we break this swing low, I'll be looking to get that demand zone or bullish order block on the 5-minute. And yeah, that's it. The open will be very interesting as always. Are we going to get a very strong pump here, or is this going to squeeze the buyers down below 900? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Have you guys looked at silver? Have you been trading silver at all?
I mean, I'm not trading it, but it's really interesting. It's just kind of crazy to see what's happening there.
Yeah. MyFundedFutures just dropped a question in chat. Did you forget we had CPI today? I did not. Nick, this is one of your favorite days, right?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite days to trade. So
I usually just get pretty good setups. You know, the volatility is, you know, if there's a draw in place and it's pretty obvious, price usually gets there. There are some times, like, you know, I'll probably say 10 to 20% of the time, like it can be choppy. But I feel like today could be good because we have some levels up here that price could reach for.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And you passed some evals on stream this morning?
Yeah, the chat passed a lot of them. Yeah, so it was a good stream in there. You know, I was very excited. Did some giveaways and stuff like that. So,
ooh, do share any tips on how to pass. Like, I'm I have lost for words. I take it it's like pass or smash type of deal on CPI.
Yeah, I mean they're just, you know, you're kind of going into them with, you know, like the 1 day pass, like whatever accounts you get, and you're just trying to, you know, like evals take time to trade, right? And if you're already profitable, you're just trying to get some more funded. That's the best way to do it, in my opinion. So you just you just sort of set your limit orders and you kind of let news do the work, right? So,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is just a little piece of information here. I was reading that the silver pump is likely one of the many versions that the silver pump could be happening. About a rumor that a major bank is getting squeezed out of their short positions. We don't know it. There are some good videos out there on YouTube, and I received one about this, a real long one, and there was a trader there explaining. Anyway, it's a good theory. Like rumor says it, but it says the rumor could be amplified by AI. Who knows? But this is mainly because of a big squeeze. But there are also other stories that saying there's a huge. I mean, the demand is definitely like surging, and the mineable like silver is definitely depleting over the past few years, and we just got to the point like it got really, really expensive. So I guess we need to search for the reasons somewhere in those fundamentals, but it's kind of crazy. I think it has to do something with this pull on gold. I mean, obviously, I think it somewhat is having an effect on gold is what I'm trying to say. Interesting.
Yeah. So interesting. I'm so glad you brought it up because my brother actually texted me yesterday. He's like, what's going on with silver? He's like, why is this happening? I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, my guess was that maybe some big players is getting squeezed.
Yeah. I just got this information today that rumors are saying that a major bank is getting squeezed out of silver, but I don't think I don't know. It's kind of a long shot, but maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy if true, but it's kind of funny how like if you tell people like you trade or whatever, they'll be like, hey, what's going on with this stock or whatever. So it seems like that's happening to Terry right now. They think you're a market expert, huh?
Oh, that I know all of the insider information. That's why you have to tune in every morning.
She just confessed. She confessed she knows the insider information, guys. All right.
I know,
I'm not saying anything, obviously, for legal reasons, but she said it. So.
Oh my gosh. So both of you guys are kind of looking for longs possibly today, depending on how the market opens.
Yeah, I might even take a 1 micro short here just to see if it tries to squeeze everybody down to 910, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I think the main thing is that what happens post 9:30. That's like the biggest because it usually kind of does this. It'll stall for a little bit after the news comes out, and then 9:30 you start to get some crazy movement. So yeah, I'm mainly just waiting for that.
Yeah, obviously anything is possible. It can also just make a new high and then take the elevator down. So I did notice that on a CPI day, especially like in the first 30 minutes, technically anything is possible. And I would say that the real move would be starting anywhere after 10 a.m. And I think we have new home sales or something at 10 a.m. So the market might want to wait for those numbers as well. I mean, I know it's orange news, it's not red folder news, but like that could be somewhat interesting as well. Who knows?
Yeah.
Trump speaks at 2 as well. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I may just kind of take it with a. That's AM. That's a PM session sort of ordeal. A CPI like it moves the market in the AM session. So just kind of treat it like it's 2 separate sessions because it is.
I would say that would be scalper's paradise in PM session most likely, but got to be careful. Who knows?
Yeah, so far we are consolidating within that news candle, the 5-minute news candle. Traders, did you guys capture any of the CPI news event so far? With all of the evals with MyFundedFutures, you can trade news on them. However, in the sim funded, you can't trade certain red folder news on the rapid accounts and on the pro accounts. But on the other accounts, you can trade news. So yeah, I just reviewed the news this morning, which I can pull that up and share it in chat with you guys.
And by the way, just a small information there, since the Rapid account is really popular. By the way, everybody loves it. I have to confess, I thought that there is a scaling rule on the funded stage on the Rapid account, but there is no scaling rule, guys.
You can go
No,
all
guys.
in. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to play heavy, hey, it's up to you. It's your decision with proper risk management, of course. But hey, I was a bit surprised. I don't know how. I was like, okay, I can scale this up, but hey, there's no scaling rule there. It's kind of cool. So you can go heavy if you like to, of course. So
Right. I love that. Depending on your trading style, your strategies, you do have that freedom. Yeah. I noticed that too, Tom. I was like, I love this.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, I was really in the belief that, okay, there's a scaling, so we can do it like this and that. But then, oh my gosh, there is no scaling, just like on the pro account. So this is cool.
Yeah.
How
It's
did
super
everyone
cool.
like the new news with the 90-10 profit split? Everyone like that?
Oh my gosh, that's good. We like
There you
it.
go.
Love it.
There's only one better thing about that is the 100% profits. But obviously, you can't have it all every day. But I think this is just amazing. This is really amazing. We do love the 90% profit split. So yeah, this is definitely a huge upgrade, by the way.
Yeah, and it is also a 90-10 split in the Rapid accounts in the live too. I know we did get a question about that. So that's awesome too, 90% in the live.
Yeah, and by the way, if some you guys are new in the prop space, I gotta say, like, the 80-20 profit split is pretty much standard at many prop firms. But like when someone is pushing it like to 90/10, that's definitely an upgrade. So this is exclusive on the Rapids.
Yeah. Nick, do you love it?
Oh no, it's pretty good. I mean, the more money traders can keep, the better, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously you gotta pay something, because I mean you're getting so much capital for not a whole lot of money. So I mean they have to get their money back somehow, and plus that's how it should be done, right? Like, you make money, they get 10% or percentage for giving you that opportunity. So I have no problem with that. Anything really like below anything really below like 80 or even 90 isn't really kind of sucks. But
yeah.
I guess the traditional prop firms, like the brick and mortar ones, it was a terrible split. Something like you keep 40% and the firm
Well,
keeps 60%.
without saying any names, I do remember back a couple of years ago, some prop firms were actually keeping 50% off from the traders. So the 50-50 profit split was pretty much standard, like about 5 or more years ago. The prop firms, so that was like more likely in the CFD markets. But yeah, it was pretty much a standard, like the 50-50 profit split. Even less sometimes. Sometimes the trader could only keep 40% and 60 went to the prop firm. Yeah,
we're so lucky, and we can work from home, which isn't the case with back in the day with the brick and mortar places. Plus, it was impossible to get into. Like, you had to pretty much graduate from like an Ivy League school to get in.
pretty much like an internship, by the way. Also, like in my country as well, like about 10-15 years ago, I did know, actually they're not existing anymore because anyway, long story. But yeah, you had to go in as an intern for like months and months with no salary and nothing. You just had to prove yourself like you can actually trade. And then when you were like quote unquote okay or good, then maybe you got some commission or salary. But yeah, it was not the way like it is today. Totally different. Everything was different.
We're so lucky. It's amazing the opportunities that we have for such a little money, like the entry to get into this space, to be able to learn. It's cheaper than a steak dinner.
That's good news, actually.
In the US, a steak dinner.
Well, yeah, I mean, as you said, we're definitely in a lucky position and good times. So we got to take all the advantage that we can have, because, as I said a couple of weeks ago, like at MyFundedFutures, you can start your business as low as $77 with the core account. I mean, you cannot really, because trading is a business. And even so, if you start as an individual, like no other costs to start this one. And with $77, you cannot really name any other business to start with with no extra additional costs, just with your first evaluation account, and you can actually make some real good money on the core account, especially with the flex add-on, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Nick, what's your favorite account right now?
Probably it's got to be the pro, right? Anything above the buffer you can have, right? So can't complain on that one. I'm currently just watching, seeing what we're doing here on Indices. ES came into this 5-minute gap. NQ did as well. Just trying to see. Usually, sometimes you'll see a CPI will come back for like the CPI high or low. I just don't know if that's going to be the case today. I kind of see it, pushing higher. Granted, we do have 6 minutes to open, so we could see like a 9:30 jitter swing. But yeah, very interested to see what happens today. Try to get a read on heading into the session, just because I can usually get a good setup if I lock in and pay attention. For gold here, got this gap at 44.16, 46.16. If price closes above here on the hourly, I just don't know if it's going to pull back before taking out this 46.40, which would be all-time highs again. So you got to be quick on gold. And I feel like too, you have to hold through consolidations a good bit, because they'll do something like this. It'll have a huge move up, consolidate, and then a lot of times you'll want to see like a low sweep and then go higher, but a lot of times you won't get that on gold. Like it'll just go higher. So that's at least what I noticed with that. But
honestly, gold is just it's just hard to trade in the past couple of weeks. So I'm definitely not having not like success, but I just cannot get a proper read on gold. Those levels are just, it respects the levels, but like all the tricky moves, not to mention London session, I'm definitely toning down the trades on gold. Maybe it's good on the higher time frames like hourly or 4 hour for swing trading, but it's tricky. At least that's how I see it nowadays.
Yeah, no, I agree. You got to keep your stops. I feel like the best way to trade that is to get in and just like, you got to be more aggressive with trailing your stops with it, in my opinion. I feel like that's better in your mindset too, rather than like buying, selling. Because I just feel like there's not a whole lot of opportunities, even though price is going higher. You see what I mean? So if there are opportunities, you have to like sit and wait through like a consolidation period. Most people can't do that because they think they'll just drop down to low time frames, and like they see something they don't. So
yeah.
Interesting. So the debate topic today, what do you guys think about this topic? Cutting winners early versus letting trades breathe. Which mistake costs more long term?
I like it. That's actually very cool. We haven't talked about this too much. Yeah.
Yeah. Nick, do you like this topic?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Nick, you have to level up your game. Tom has won 3 in a row. 3 days in a row.
Well, you can choose the side, Nick, as always. So it's up to you.
Yeah, I think this time I'll choose letting trades breathe.
Okay.
Which mistake costs more long term.
So these things both would be a mistake, and the question is which one is going to cost more in the long term. Okay, so you're taking like to letting the trade breathe. All right, I understood. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like it's important for people to do that.
So Nick, you're going to take letting trades breathe is the more costly mistake, or it's more important to let trades breathe?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I completely read that wrong. Yeah, I'll take the other side. Kept winners early.
Okay.
All right.
All right. In about 15 minutes, we will have the debate between Tom and Nick.
I'm already scared, but we'll see.
Can you do 4 winning in a row, Tom? I don't know.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, we can't win them all, but we try. Yeah.
It looks like we're getting a move lower. Wouldn't be opposed to this. I'm trying to see like what.
Yeah, there was a push here. Quite interesting. Quite interestingly. So yeah, we'll see.
Some Asia lows down here. I don't know if we're gonna get there though. That would be crazy if so.
Yeah. This definitely will be an interesting open. I can already see that. Because there's also a 1 minute supply zone at 26,015. We have the swing low. I'm not sure if this one wants to squeeze now at this point. I don't know. 1 more minute, so we'll see it real quickly here.
Yeah, it is coming down.
I'm kind of debating it could come into this gap for ES. It could. I have a feeling it's reaching for the sell side. This Asia low.
You think that where's my Asia low is 846, correct? I don't know if that's
yeah. And then on ES, it's relative equal at 69, 69.99. So or 69.98. So I would like to see. Just want to see what the market does here first.
Yeah.
I think there's a trade to be made for both sides, really. If you can get the respective displacement.
Ooh.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Market is open.
Bit of a drop here, sweeping that swing low. I wonder if it wants to go all the way down to that 910. That's the biggest question I have. And yeah, 910 would be that level. What do you guys think? Is it going to sweep that area or not?
It looks like it wants to. We are right above VWAP right now. It is rejecting. Let's see how it closes.
Yeah.
There's an SMT at the lows here with the 850 low. Gonna see this. Gonna need to see more, in my opinion. One of the mistakes I do make on CPI is sometimes getting a little early. Sometimes it's a little bit more clear, like 30 minutes or after 10 a.m.
Yeah.
So, and the displacement right at 9:30 and the speed can kind of shake some people out. So definitely want to avoid that from happening.
It is interesting that we're just hovering around unchanged price on NQ.
Yeah, and I totally forgot this to talk about this, but there is actually a demand zone down there, which got created just before the news release on the 5-minute chart. It starts at, hold on, opening of the candle is 906.25 on the micro. So, wow, okay. I haven't really noticed that. So it could also pick up liquidity even lower than the 910 if it wants to do that. But for now, you gotta wait. So we might have to wait for that housing numbers, new home sales.
Ooh, I'm so tempted to hop into a long, but yeah, I gotta wait a little bit.
I'm leaning a little bit to the short side here, to be honest.
You are?
Yeah, I'm not in a trade, but I'm like, my intuition kind of keeps banging my head like it should be sweeping that 910 and then whatever, but it's dangerous. It is.
It is dangerous.
It is filling this little area in the volume profile. That's interesting. Okay, so far, this candle is pushing to close red. Let's see if it'll push red and then what the next candle brings. There is some major indecision in this candle.
Yeah. Yeah, anything is possible here. We can just obviously shoot higher, just like now.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah. Are you going to go long?
Yeah, I'm thinking go long with one micro.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
But I want to wait.
I like it.
Ooh. It is just like filling in this area.
It hasn't really moved much since it opened.
Yeah.
5-minute candle's a little indecisive, so.
But Tom was thinking maybe short.
No, I'm not. This is nothing. This is just a feeling. Like we have the zone there, we have the news candle, and that's it. Otherwise, like Nick was saying, like in the bigger picture, it definitely looks like it could be a real nice bullish run any second. So,
all right, I'm gonna hop in 1 micro. Little tester. I'm going to aim for above high of day. Let's let it run. Go.
Go for it. And yeah, we have some good levels up there also. So why not?
Yeah. I do like it when I zoom out and I look at yesterday's price action with this ginormous, in a way, like a bull flag. And if we can just keep trading within this area, I like it for a launch. Go higher.
Yeah. We can go up to, like, I don't know, definitely above 26K with an easy push. So yeah, looks good.
Ooh, bear trades hit TP. Let's go.
Awesome.
Yeah, good stuff.
Congratulations.
That was a pretty good 5-minute candle closure. I want to see. It didn't leave a gap to the downside on NQ. It did leave one on ES from 925. So I want to see what we do here. ES is technically the stronger one on the like 15-minute and up, but on the lower. Looks like NQ stronger because NQ put in a pretty bullish candle there. So let's see what we can do here.
Yeah. As I said, there's also a zone at 900. Sorry, where's that level? Yeah, at 26,015, a 1 minute supply zone up there. Should be tagging one of these, but yeah, so far it's just holding this area.
Okay, the 5-minute orb people are tagged in long. Let's see what the 15-minute orb does.
Yeah.
The 5-minute orb has been working every single day for like 6 days in a row. I can't believe it. It's on a win streak.
Yeah, that's how some strategies do. You know what I mean? Like sometimes they just go through their seasons.
And that's the orb strategy is like it's kind of working on ranging days as well, like at the most likely around the market open. Like it doesn't really need to be a trending day, right? Or is it?
Yeah, I think with the orb strategy, you can make it any way you want. You can use discretion with it, or you can make it purely systematic. Barbie does the 15-minute orb and she does it purely systematic. I like to use discretion when I do trade it. And I like the 5-minute orb because I don't know, I like the 5 minutes.
That's
yeah. Lots of people trade it differently. Some people will trade like a 2-minute orb or a 3-minute orb. The initial balance trade is actually a 60-minute orb. People wait for that first hour, and then they take whatever side gets broken, that is the bias for the day. And then they'll try and get in at like a good price within that range. Yeah, it's so interesting. It kind of is a nice way of trading where it's nice and clear. You have a clear stop for people who might, enjoy that. And it seems like a great strategy to try and play around with if you're a brand new trader. It's just very simple, right? Okay, if it breaks price here, we go long. If it breaks price here, we go short, and then you have very clear stop loss.
Yeah, It keeps it simple, stupid for some people. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Nick, I saw your post recently on, I don't know if it was X or Instagram, and you're like, pick one thing and just do that one thing. And that's the difference between like you versus someone who's printing money, basically.
And of course, at the end, it's all just risk management. So if you can follow the risk management rules, then you just have to execute the same trade over and over, and that's it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it really is like it can be so simple, right? I mean, you can all have different strategies, different, like you're talking about Barbie has 15-minute orb and along with some other ones. But the main thing is keeping whatever you're trading like the same, you can use discretion sometimes, but that discretion should be pulled from some sort of data. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See more. What do you think after the open? I don't know. I kind of think more up here, but man, like I don't like how ES is dying and NQ sort of going one way, or kind of going opposite ways here. There is an SMT at those lows from the 930 candle. So let's just see what happens here in this next 5 minutes. I think that the move for the week is back to these 26,117. Honestly, I really, really do.
Oh, do you guys have some words of encouragement for Keith at I'm Gonna Trade? Keith wrote, bro, I don't know. I want to quit though. I swear.
No, don't quit. Don't ever quit. If you like this, I mean, you have a passion for trading, and if you have a passion for knowledge, then don't ever quit, because this is just one of the great businesses of all time, really. So, but it takes a lot of time, because the problem, I think, is like traders want to be successful like in a couple of weeks or months, and not realizing that it takes many times years, and even more, like, but once you learn it, then it's really one of the best things out there.
Thank you, Tom. Nick, any words of encouragement for someone who might be struggling, feeling like they want to quit?
Yeah, I mean, just go back to the basics, right? See what's working, like, and what doesn't, right? I think a lot of people too is, I don't think most people quit just because they get tired. I think they just reminds of a money pit, right? Like it is kind of happens. Like they really don't have another choice. So you gotta go back to the basics, start small, and just baby steps. That's where you're gonna see the most improvement. But it's hard. It's very hard to do that when you go on social media and you see other people doing this and that. So it can definitely make it hard for sure.
Yeah, and seeing big numbers, and while you're struggling, I think too, like piggybacking on what you're saying, Nick, with the money piece, like just setting a monthly budget and saying, okay, this is my treat to myself every month. This is my hobby, and I'm going to give myself this runway. Give yourself a few years of learning and going back to the basics. Exactly. It looks like my trade is working. Let's go.
That's beautiful, by the way. This long position really playing out nicely.
Thank you. It's looking like it wants to reach for that overnight high of 26,046.
Beautiful.
That's a super high, by the way.
I think we could be breaking the highs here at 26,045. Yeah. So
it's going. It's pumping. It's pumping. Let's go.
Nice. It's going. Yeah. It went up nicely there.
Oh, is it going to reverse all the way back? No.
Well, if it does, we still have lots of time, because, it can it swept the high. No, it didn't. Actually, it didn't go for the high. Okay.
It
almost. Okay.
Wow. Well, at least in MNQ, it almost. Did it sweep the high? Oh, no, it didn't sweep the high in NQ either. Let's see what happens for the 15-minute orb. Okay, so the debate, though, is coming up in about 3 minutes between Nick and Tom. Who will win today? Tom has been on a 3-day streak.
It's exciting. Yeah.
Will Nick come from behind and knock him out? I don't know.
Well, it is definitely. I'm scared. Actually, I told you guys. Nick is actually having some really good points. It's hard to debate with Nick because he's a pro.
Yeah, I thought I was going to win yesterday. I walked you right into a trap, and people still voted for me.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, yes, that was a huge trap.
That was a trap. I did move my stop up to better than break even, so it is all good. We will just let it cook.
Nice. Yeah, so far so good. I think the market just wants to wait for these numbers, maybe. And
look at that. Good thing I
all
have my
right.
stop in. Why isn't it
Okay.
triggering? Why isn't it triggering? Why isn't my stop triggering?
No,
I don't know. I just manually exited. Did you see that? It didn't trigger. That was so weird.
That was weird. Actually, that was a very fast spike down there. I'm actually surprised.
That was a spike. Ooh, this is why we trade with stops.
Risk management 101, everybody.
Yeah. Okay, I have to vote. My Funded Futures just dropped a poll. What is the best MFFU account plan? The core, the rapid, or the pro?
Oh, yeah. It's very much subjective, everybody. And again, all of them are great. It depends on your strategy or trading style, risk management style. So it's all depending on you.
Yeah.
I do see a lot of people are voting for the core account. Agreed. That's a really good account. I know.
Mm-hmm. Wow, 52% so far.
Yeah.
Shark says, as a beginner, I like a core for now. Yeah, I think in some ways it's the easiest account to get a payout as because you only need 5 days of $100 or more on the 50K account, and you can withdraw into the buffer. I feel like that's what's special about the core account.
Exactly. So we do like that.
Okay, are you guys ready for the debate?
I am ready. I'm definitely ready.
Nick, are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm trying to see, but my Twitter wasn't loaded, so I just want to check on my phone to see if there was any sort of news. Yeah, it looks like there was nothing. I did see something like Google added like 100 billion in market cap. So
Wow.
it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, and that definitely did some type of headline, something. It happened so quickly, that drop. Okay, time for the debate. Who'd like to go first, Nick or Tom?
I'll have Tom go first.
Oh, me. All right. So the idea here is like cutting the trades early is, giving you the most damage on your account. And yes, that is true, because once you're cutting trades early, actually it has multiple effects. For one, if you're cutting your trades early, let it be a winner or even in a drawdown, and you're just kind of scared and you're cutting those trades, two things are happening. One, you're not letting your trade play out, right? Because obviously many trades and all positions need some sort of a wiggle room. And just because you're scared to hold that, because in a small drawdown, scarcity is just going to destroy your confidence again. So it's going against your confidence completely. And on the other hand, obviously you're not letting your edge play out. So once you have the data that you have an edge, and all you have to do is just use the proper risk to reward ratio. You will know that if you leave those trades on, it should be good. But the problem is, once you cut the trade, even with a tiny win, with a tiny loss, what you're going to do, and this is the main point here, you're just going to second question yourself, and you're going to jump into a trade maybe like 5 seconds later or 1 minute later. Like you'll say, oh my gosh, I should have held this trade, so let's just jump in with a bigger position. Let's just add more, try to get back to those profits earlier. Let's just make it back. And you know what? Murphy's Law is just going to go against you again, but you're already sizing up. Basically, you're doing, I'm sorry to say this, but stupid decisions once you're getting your positions getting caught early. And you're going to have two things, either a FOMO or maybe a false expectation. Like yeah, you cut that loss earlier, but then it's going to build up a false narrative in your head. It's going to build up a wrong habit, a bad habit, basically. Because yes, you might say, oh, thank God I cut that loss. I did so good. And, you know, you're just damaging your ego. I mean, sorry, not your ego, your confidence. You're damaging your edge. And but if it goes into your way, which originally was by your analysis, then the FOMO is going to be so bad that you're just going to jump in and out on those trades. And I'm not just talking about the commission, but you're going to size up. And maybe you started with 1 or 2 micros, and then you're going to end up with, like, I don't know, minis and whatever. You're just going to slice yourself up, chop yourself up, because those emotions are going to be, again, escalating like crazy. So cutting those positions earlier is going to cause you more damage on your confidence, in your conviction, in your trading model, on your levels. And the result is just going to be, you know, chopping yourself up, which is bringing you to the result that's going to be the biggest damage. That this is definitely making much more damage on your account. That's what I say. So thank you. That was my point.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Nick, it is your turn.
Yeah, I think, you know, not letting those winners, you know, play out is very, not necessarily just big on your account, but like you have to understand, like, trading, you can't get into this game if you can't learn to accept risk. And I think most people, when they get in this game, they don't know how to they don't accept that at first. They don't understand that, oh, I can lose, right? I feel like most people just get in and they just look at the numbers they can make. So when doing that, the only problem with that is you as soon as you go to drawdown, you know, you got to cut that trade earlier. So and what happens is most people will try to over leverage when you should just be trying to just keep the same, maybe just be 1 micro, 2 macros, and just keep trading it and trading it and trading it. Eventually it'll play out over time. So it's very, very tough. But I think, and then on days when you have trends, right, and you have like 2 or 3 profit levels, you can just slowly move those stops up, right? But it's very hard to do that if you're over leveraged. So yeah, that's kind of why I think on that. I think, you know, you gotta let those winners run.
Definitely.
And I think gold.
That's good too.
Charts are getting crazy. Yeah. Sorry if I cut my debate there short, but
it's good. It was great.
Running right now. This is absolutely crazy.
Let's see Nick's chart.
Yeah.
Nate?
1 hour.
Oh wow, yeah. It's going.
Gold is going.
Remember what I said, like, you know, like if you look at the 15,
wow.
like it didn't sweep a low or anything. It just sort of just shot higher.
Thank you, Nate. Oh, and YM too is just dumping.
So maybe we could potentially see a short down here. I mean, ES is technically already there. See a short down here potentially. So gonna get candle close here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we still have those levels down there. I mean, the news candle low. I'm kind of eyeballing that level. If maybe on the 1 minute, and now we're kind of shifting lower. Maybe I'm not sure if anything's gonna happen because still a couple of minutes until the news. But like I'm kind of seeing this going down there. There you go, like 9-10 is definitely in the cards here, and then lower. Like that zone is definitely looking great. Will be interesting.
Very interesting.
Let's get just wait for a closure here on this 5-minute chart below this level here at 950. If you can get that, should be able to target a short down to these Asia lows. And the main reason for that is you're kind of anticipating NQ play catch up. It's not like one of these indices hasn't ran through some of these levels. ES is currently doing it. So if you're bearish, you know, you could be looking to target that level. But one thing it does suck here is you have equal highs up here in ES. So it's just how NQs are. So it's, you know, you're gonna have to
Like, you anticipate price go back for them. That's why it's maybe a key to wait for a 5-minute candle closure or something.
It's difficult. And we're back basically in the middle of the range. So
it is tricky. So ES looks like it's wanting to test that data low, at least on ES, but YM is down by almost 300 points. I don't know what's happening. NQ is still green, but it's flirting around unchanged prices.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick, what do we do? Tom, what do we do?
I'm still eyeballing with that 910, but only for a scalp. So I was actually, I'm surprised why we didn't go through that 46 level up there. And you know what? At this point, I'm just thinking like the market is waiting for 10 a.m. News just to have no surprises on that housing number. And maybe, hopefully, we should be seeing some trending move here. And until then, I wouldn't be surprised if we would be just hovering around here at 26K until the news release. Because there's not much.
Yeah, well, let's see. It looks like we're not gonna get that candle closure below, so that's how the 5-minute those candle closures can help us. Remember, ES is in this 15-minute gap, so could see a push from here. Is the only thing. So pay close attention there, but don't like how these markets are sort of moving opposite of each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That means no trade for now.
No trade for now, no. We would have got below
Just for now.
7, maybe.
As I said, I would be glad to jump into a short around 940, but I don't know. The news is I don't know. I don't know if I should. I don't know.
YM keeps making new lows.
Apparently that Google News could be something that's holding the NQ up a good bit. I feel like ES and YM are just kind of doing the move that NQ wants to make. So let's see here. These equal highs up here scare the hell out of me though. Like if I was trying to go short, I'm actually glad that this probably didn't close below here because having the shorten here in the middle of the range from the CPI high to the low in the middle of it with equal highs above us, it's just kind of, it can be sketch. So but then again, the ES hasn't flipped back up to the upside, so you can't really go long yet.
Kind of makes me wonder if because that buy side, those 4 times equal highs are up there at 108. So kind of makes me wonder if the market wants to finally go up there. Maybe after 10 a.m. it starts to trend. It's not far. It's easy for NQ to take that liquidity from up there. But I'm also certain that there has to be some orders liquidity being squeezed at the news candle low. So indecision as always.
Yeah, we're still trading above VWAP on NQ. We wait.
Maybe if ES wants to flip higher here, this could potentially be a setup. If we can get ES to close above this level at 7016, could use that as like a retest and go higher. And by that time, NQ will probably be flipping back to the upside, targeting up to 116, which is the previous month high. Just sort of giving people 2 scenarios here. Looks like 10 a.m. is going to be the best thing to wait for because you're going to get that 4-hour candle closure.
Okay. We still have like 2 or 3 minutes here until the news. So kind of interesting. Are you looking for some price action higher here, Nick? What do you think before you go? Let us know what you think about this situation.
Honestly, I'm a little
I'm a little conflicted at the moment. I'd probably lean short if it wasn't for these equal highs. I think if it was up to me, I'd want ES to flip back up to the upside, and then NQ run these highs or get close to running them, and then I can just catch along on ES. Because I don't like how it's taking so long for NQ to go lower here. It's like it's trying to bounce from this 15-minute gap.
Yeah.
No way. So far, 56% have voted Tom.
Oh,
Won
no.
the debate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's great. I like that. Thank you.
That's 4 in a row.
That's what we are winning, everyone.
Good stuff, Tom. I may have even voted for you.
Cool. I voted for myself. There you go. I'm cheating here. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So this is the waiting game, everybody. It's part of trading. Well, I'm sure after 10, we will be seeing something more. I keep telling myself that 910 and lower should be swept, but who knows? Do you think, Nick? What do you think? Can we go below like 870 or even take the Asia low? Is it possible? Do we have that?
Yeah, I mean, these are relative equal lows down here. On top of that, there's not a whole lot of gaps stopping us outside this 15-minute one from CPI. So I think if we get below CPI candle, it's definitely possible. I really do. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Okay.
We'll get a nice move here. But all right. See, 10 a.m. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the 4-hour candle too, like it looks like we're selling off, and then ES is flipping hard to the downside. So, yeah, could go lower here. But I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Hope y'all have a good one, and yeah, be safe.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Bye.
Take it easy.
Bye. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Well,
Hey, an inside bar printed.
the inside
And-
bar.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting taken short. I am going to hop on this inside bar. Hopefully it works. Let's see it. It does look like it's filling in this area, but this is a little sketch because we're around the V-pop. It's a little sketch, you guys.
I really want to jump into a short. I really do. And I don't know the numbers. I will check the numbers in a minute here. I don't think there's anything special about the housing numbers, but the fact is now we can possibly look for some displacement here, some strong movement. But
Yeah. It's hard for me to get into this short. I'm in it now, but it's hard because I'm still long biased. I'm marrying that long bias a little bit.
Yeah, we are completely. We're so close to those levels up there.
I know. I can't believe it. Okay, so this high was 26.46 and this high was 26.43. It missed it by 3 points. It just went up there and it said, nope, we are turning around.
I'm just gonna wait a little bit here for some candles to kick in. Even if I miss this possible short scalp trade, I'm gonna wait this one out and hopefully something good will happen. But yeah, it seems like it's going.
Smoke trade says one sweep is needed.
I took the short here. All right, I took the short. Took the short, and yeah, my TP is gonna be. I can't pull up my Ninja Trader now, but here's the entry. My entry is actually. Did I nail my entry here? Yeah, 46.75 is my entry, and yeah, in with 2 micros here. So let's see. My stop is going to be 980.75 and my TP is 913.
Oh, let's go. Here we go.
Let's go. Come on. Finally, go down to the chopper. Come on. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Thank you, MyFunded TV. See you tomorrow. That's yeah, we like it.
Let's go. W's. I love it.
All right.
Great
We
trade,
love
Tom.
this. Well, I was frustrated by this price action. The only thing I was looking for is, so if I zoom, this was a scalp trade, obviously. So the only thing I was looking for is like the candles at 10 a.m. and 10:01 on the 1 minute. So we had a bullish candle here, which is great, but then we had the bearish candle, which at one point, and that's when I was figuring out, like, it traded lower than the 10 a.m. 1 minute candle, but it did not trade higher than that candle. So I just needed a trigger. I just needed something, one sign from the market that, okay, this should be good. And so when I saw that happening on that 1 minute candle, I was like, okay, let's take it. I had a great entry. I slipped a little bit here, but it is good. Like 946 was a good entry. Okay, so now we're down in that 5 minute demand zone. The question is, the biggest question, is this going to be enough for the market to pick up orders or liquidity, whatever you want to call it, and go higher? Or we're going to slice through these levels, the early AM session lows, actually 867. And lower Asia low 846. Are we going to slice through or not? I'm definitely going to wait a little bit more. The reaction is good from this 5 minute zone, this gray area. And so we get this off. So I like to see, currently, by the way, I like to see this one go higher now. I'd like to see this one going through that 26,046 and then go to that 26,108. I think it can happen. We have like a 60% chance, maybe 70, that today could be the day that CPI can finally push this through all the way up there to 2,608. We'll see.
Kind of like a sweep. It took all the orders and it's going back up.
Yeah. So on the 1 hour chart, we have all that liquidity to the left. So if you guys just switch to the 1 hour chart, we have all those highs to the left, those wicks there. I can definitely imagine that there has to be liquidity anyway. Going to be looking for a long position, maybe not, but gotta be careful. If I jump into a long, well, the problem is there's no structure that I can use on the 5 minute, because it seems like we're going back inside of that congestion area. And on the 1 minute, it's a little bit dangerous still. I think we should shift above, like, I don't know, 971 or maybe even higher. And we need up close candles with fair value gaps. So gotta wait again. This is the waiting game again, everybody. So,
waiting. We're just hovering around VWAP.
Yes. So, but this is what it is, guys. I mean, I also have to remind myself like a billion times, like trading is 90, maybe 95% all about waiting, just a waiting game, just sitting on your hands, waiting for the level. And by the way, using this example, this was just another small, tiny example, like why I'm looking for sometimes candle formations. And I get it, because we talked about it actually a couple of sessions earlier. Like, there is a little bit, definitely more noise on the 1 minute chart, right? But still, if you're looking to scalp at the end, it will be somewhat a discretionary entry, a discretionary trade. I was very, like, not very, but like 70-80% sure that the zone should be tagged. That's just one point. And I was looking for signs from the market, and in this case, mostly candlestick formations. So this here, the 10 a.m. then the 10:01 candle, I love these kind of. This is not a bearish engulfing candle, by the way. This is definitely not a bearish engulfing. But the candle at 953 and 954, now that's bearish engulfing. But this one is also good when the bearish candle is not trading higher than the previous bullish candle, but it trades lower. That's just a confirmation of the trend, like, okay, there should be one more push, which happened. But on the 1 minute, it's just nerve-wracking. I can't really imagine how people can trade on the 15-second or 30-second charts. It's even nerve-wracking for me on the 1 minute. Like, I really can't do it. I need to. I'm trying to. One of the side quests for me this year is to hold myself onto the 5-minute charts or higher. Obviously, I'm going to enter on the 1 minutes as well, but trying to reduce those entries because I don't know. It takes a lot of stomach and nerves to control that.
Yeah, it seems like if I limit the amount of trading time, like let's say I only trade for 15 minutes, then I can do like a 1 minute candle strategy and that's it. But it's like if I'm planning on trading for an hour or 2 hours, oh, forget about it. Like the likelihood of me screwing things up is very, very high, just like that decision-making fatigue that everyone experiences. Our brains get tired. We can only be so focused, hyper-focused for so long before our decision-making abilities goes out the window. Yeah, it's a very real thing.
Yeah, it's you gotta be looking at those factors as well. And by the way, don't sell yourself down the river, because the thing is, we are getting better and better each day, each week. And obviously, and just a bit of an add-on to that previous question, I don't remember who was the name, but like, if you keep continuing, just adding small pieces of information every single day, you learn something new. It could be something small about risk management or anything that you can take away from a given day. Even if you lose a funded or evaluation account, try to learn from those mistakes, because I think is a key factor in trading, especially in prop firm trading. Mm-hmm. So just don't give up. If you feel just a little bit passionate about this business, and you can see yourself making money out of this in the long run, then don't give up. Maybe you can step back a little bit and look at the whole situation from a bird's eye view. Just, don't give up, because it's really amazing. And again, just watch like doctors or lawyers. They're learning and practicing for 8, 10 years, 12 years until, they get to the top of their business, and finally they can turn everything around and they're making the big money. I would say there's a lot of similarities in day trading as well. Like, it takes years to master that craft, because it's basically a craft. It's a craftsmanship. If we talk about it like that, so it takes years. And I think the problem is, again, and that's why it's important, like it's psychology. The problem is the false expectations, including myself when I started trading. And like, I think 90% of traders, we want to get the results in 2 weeks, 2 months. And that's just not the way it goes. There are some super geniuses out there, I know, and congratulations. But let's just face it, 95% of traders are not like that. So you need time. Just got to understand, everybody. Yeah,
it does take time. Like people who become medical doctors, it's 4 years of undergrad, and then another 4 years of medical school, and then another like 2 to 3 years of a residency, right? And then there are people who specialize like on top of that. So it's years, and attorneys, it's 4 years undergrad, 3 to 4 years of law school, and then you're still a newbie in the field, and then you have to practice. So
but
everything takes time.
Yeah, obviously, there's a fairly good chance that and I'm saying this to the traders who are new, like there's a good chance that you can make a payout every now and then in a certain amount of months even, so you don't have to wait years for that. But the other side, when you're getting your first payouts, how much can you stay consistent with those payouts? Not just like in a month, but in a given year or 6 months. Like, can you repeat the process? And one more thing, you're not being forced by anyone, especially not by social media or a prop firm. You're not being forced by anyone in this business that you need to make profits every single week or every single month even. So I would say, stretch it out like at least to 6 months, maybe even 12 months, and just, look back, like how did you do in your past 6 months or 12 months? So if you're not getting a payout in a given month, don't cry yourself into sleep, because it's just definitely in the cards. There, it's happening. Sometimes slow months and some months are definitely better, and it's always going to be peaks and valleys. Just don't forget it. Oh, we have winners, I see, right? Cool. Congratulations.
Yeah. Congratulations, winners of the giveaway today. The winners of, let's see, Daku, MyFundedFutures, Kira, 8306, Janie Custodio, 420, I'm Gonna Trade, Q Men's, Nitish, the Volley Bear, and also Mr. Salta. Are you here? You please tag MyFundedFutures prop firm, and that way you can claim your price.
Awesome. Congratulations to the winners again. Great job.
You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah. You need to react in 2 minutes, because then it's going to be a re-roll again. So congratulations again. So yeah, cool. How's everybody doing? Anyone's holding maybe a position, shorts or longs, or anybody is looking to get into a trade? I'm just quite curious, because we're still hovering in this zone. The more time we spend in this area, the more likely I think we are going to smash through this midnight level down around 888. And the more I think that we're going to go down to 867. So this is why also time is also important, not just which time of the day we are in. And this is not like a concept or anything. I just noticed that the more time we're spending in any given area, the likelihood is that it's going to bounce back or being rejected is getting lower and lower. So if we're spending more and more sideways action here, I would say we could be dropping lower to that 67, 846 maybe. I was expecting, we had the bounce. And again, for some of you who likes these zones that I'm looking for, when I see this immediate reaction like this bounce here, this is always my confirmation. This is just telling me in my journal, like, hey, this was a valid zone and the analysis was correct. But that's just the thing, of course. Executing the trade, following up with the risk management is a completely different theory. But at least the analysis was correct. So now that it got back here and we're just going sideways, gives me the idea that it wants to drop a little. And look at that; it might smash through.
Ooh, yeah. Interesting. I did hop into a short on the inside bar, so hopefully your analysis is making me feel more confident, Tom, about this trade.
You know what? Let's do this. I'll do the analysis. You pull the trigger. I think we could do a good team here. I mean, this. Look at what we're going through. I hope you enter the short. No, I hope not.
Yeah.
You did? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna cut this segment out from the VOD. All right, and nobody will notice. So, no financial advice.
Let's go. Okay, yeah. I am tempted to take the scalp, but oh wait, TP is at 880.
So just a second, I totally messed up something. I'm sorry in my analysis. The level that 867 is not an early New York session low. I would say that's a London low. I mean, that's from 5:15 a.m. Eastern Standard. So technically, just after the kill zone has ended, but with a grain of salt, we can just say like, okay, it could be a London low. But then, hold on. So I'm looking for 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Yeah, 7 a.m. here. Okay, actually, we took out the New York AM session low. So we gotta wait. The zone has been completely broken. So now the zone is absolutely invalid. At least on my end, I don't see any more purpose in the zone. So let's see if it goes down to that 867. Yeah.
867. I hope so.
I don't even know.
Because my TP is at 880.
I mean, I'm just yapping and she takes the trade, but that's how it goes. Yeah, I'm giving the information.
Exactly.
All right, everybody. I mean, we're going to do that. You know what, Terry? This is going to be a social experiment between two of us, and the chat will observe. I'm just gonna talk and talk, and you just do whatever you like, and that's and that's.
And then let's see if the P&L is positive.
Yeah, hopefully. And I do need my profit split though. So
okay, I'll give you. I heard when you negotiate, you should start.
Okay, we need to negotiate.
I'll just start low. No, look at all of these wicks on the 5 minute. I can't believe this. It's just like this slow grind lower, but it's just so many wicks on both sides of the 5 minute candles. It's like wicks.
Yeah, a little bit scary. But now that the zone has been taken out, wow, I don't know.
It's going, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
We're looking for 880.
880. Okay, almost there. Did it go there? Almost. 882 was the low here.
It's almost there.
Come on, NQ. 81. Do something, chat. All right. Come on. I mean, guys. Oh, finally. All right. I have to change my shirt after stream. Okay.
Well, let's go. Pine Tree Trader says, let's go. Inside boss. I took 2 today. They both worked.
It was great. So it's going lower. Asia low is the last target on this one. We'll see. There's a question. Tom, where would you think it is going on ES? Oh, tough question, because I'm not really looking at ES. I know you guys are. I mean, I'm not even looking for the SMT thing. It definitely took out the news candle low, so I gotta go for the hourly chart. We just took the hourly fair value gap on ES, so this is the first line of liquidity that was possible to reach. So now that ES took the hourly gap, let's look at the 15 minute. Okay, it can go a little bit lower to the 15 to 988, like 69.88 ish. So maybe maybe the drop is not over yet. 69.88.75. If you're holding a short position, hopefully you already took some partials. I would have taken partials if I would be shorting ES, and maybe leave a runner to break into the 15-minute fair value gap, starting at, let's see, 69.88.50. Otherwise, to be honest, it looks good for a drop to further go down. If it does, it's going to drag down NQ even more. So, yeah, I'll be careful with the long position on ES for now, at least. So just be careful. But I don't see anything else. NQ, looking for that Asia low. I would say if ES drops down to that 15-minute gap, then NQ should follow. But just an idea.
Interesting. YM is still trading at the lows. Ooh, YM. This is unexpected. Good thing I was able to just switch biased, right? And just get in the trade. ES is down 25 points. YM is down also 350 points. And Q is red by 97 points. Bears are in charge. My goodness.
Yeah, they are. So...
What do you think, Tom? Wait, no trade. Done for the day.
I'm just gonna flip a coin, but no. The thing is, now that we're reaching that Asia low at 46, and I think the market will go through at least with a wick on that 846. Careful with the there you go. So Asia low just got broken. So. Honestly, and I don't want to take away the magic, but I think this was it. This was the main move for now. I'm not saying we're done for the day. I'm just saying that this was the initial move for now that the market really wanted. There's one more level on the 15-minute on NQ as a possible sell side low probability target on that's basically a 15-minute sell side liquidity level at 834. So maybe, but that's a lower probability target. So I think this is it. So if I want to look, if this would be the first moment to sit down to trade, I would be looking for a potential reversal, but before that, I need to see structure on the 5 minute, not just the 1 minute. I need to see some structure on the 5 minute, and then go higher. And I would target obviously the opening high there at. Sorry, that's the news candle high at 46.046, and then higher. I do like that 108 up there. So we did see that also many times, and I know. I don't want to talk about the fundamentals about CPI because, again, that's all kind of stories can be happening. But for the current AM session, including also lunch hour and PM session, because it does have the post effect, I would say I wouldn't be surprised if like, the market takes out the lows and then, like, let me just, takes out the lows here, maybe goes sideways, and then finally the big move happens. All the way up to that 26.108, and that can actually last all the way until the PM session close, like a nice trendy move. Yeah, I mean, I scrolled back, I checked some CPI days over the past 2 years, and that's kind of in the cards. It can happen. So, like kind of a squeeze here, like squeezing all the possible shorts. I don't know. Just an idea, but if this would be the first moment for me to sit down to trade, I would already know it, seeing that there is no structure, that it's going to take another at least 20 to 30 minutes to see some kind of a structure forming that we can use. And now this is absolutely a no trade zone level here. So don't jump in. Yeah, no trade. Don't jump into a short. I would not jump into a short, even when it's teasing me. Okay, there you go. Now I took out the 15-minute fair value gap as well. And now we're definitely done for the next, I would say, 20 to 30 minutes. It's like a no trade level. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, yeah. NQ keeps pushing lower.
Yeah, I think ES is dragging it down. Although, let me check ES again. Oh yeah. Okay, ES is down in the fair value gap there. Yeah, I think ES could be the driver still. Completely repricing the one. This is the 1 hour chart on ES, and I feel like that the mid level is 69.81.50. So yeah, still some space to stretch lower. And if that's the case, then it's just gonna drag down NQ continuously. So no trade, definitely.
No trade is a trade.
Yeah, no trade is a trade for sure. What's happening, chat? What do you guys think? Terry, are you looking to get into a trade, scalp, or anything?
No.
No. All right.
No. We had 2 winning trades, so that's excellent. One was a little better than break even. So I am just gonna hang out and wait. I don't want to hop into a short, and if I do hop into a long later today, I'll look for some type of confirmation. Exactly what you're saying, Tom. I'm listening to you. your
okay, yeah. Words. That's what I said. You know what? I'm just gonna give you access to no joking with that, because that is prohibited. So no, I just wanted to say, like, maybe you can trade my funded accounts, but that is a no-go. Everybody, don't do that, because that's strictly against the rules. But maybe off stream. No, not gonna ask you. So the thing is, Terry's gonna trade her account, and I'm just gonna ask for my profit scope.
So someone said you get 5%, Tom.
Well, it depends on how much profit we're making. so yeah, I'm okay.
Well, let the negotiations begin.
I'm always opened up for negotiations. If she makes $100,000, I can walk away with $5,000, no problem. So
let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. So far, bit of a sideways action is possible. So let's see how it goes. But yeah.
Oh. Yes, everyone stay tuned. We have Leo in the house. We also have Ash in the house. In about 3 minutes, they will be on air with you.
Oh yeah. So, by the way, I really enjoyed Leo's segment last time I was listening. Amazing education, amazing stuff, and you know what? I think he's just made to be a co-host. Like everybody was, I was so relaxed listening to him. Like lots of information. So stick around, definitely.
What are you thinking for today, Tom? Are you going to wrap it up, or will you still be trading?
I think I'm gonna wrap it up. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna wrap it up and maybe watch some Netflix. I don't know, but I'm just gonna sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the day. So yeah, this was a tricky open for sure. I gotta say. It was a tricky open. I was expecting a liquidity sweep higher on that 046. Then it was a struggle to wait for that drop. Finally, yeah, that was a nice trade. But otherwise, I think it was enough for me. What do you think? Are you going to trade a little bit more?
I might later today look for a break of that nice trend line that's forming. But yeah, I'll be taking a break, go do some family things and get a few things done, and then come back and take a look at the charts. And of course, I'll be listening to the MyFundedFutures stream on my phone, which is fantastic. I can walk around with it and feel like I'm trading, even though I'm not trading.
Well, yeah, I used to do that too. Actually, when I'm driving my car, I put it on speaker and I'm listening like what the other hosts are talking. Lots of information all day long, and I always enjoy listening to Ash and Methodical Man. Like really, guys, just don't go away because, as you all know, MyFunded TV is super generous and increased the giveaway numbers here. So more accounts, more free stuff, and we are super glad and thankful for MyFundedFutures for doing this for the community. So more accounts to win, which is awesome.
Let's go. Thank you, MyFundedFutures.
Oh yeah, definitely. And if you haven't done it already, please push the like button and make sure to subscribe if you're just lurking in the background, and share the stream wherever you can. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I just got news that it will be just Leo Invests today. So everyone tune in. W's for Leo. Let's go.
Please. All right. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Just make sure y'all can hear me. How are we doing? Happy Tuesday. As you guys can probably tell, we are in a brand new setting today. We're just visiting the parents for the week. So we are here now, and lovely to see all of you again for another fantastic Tuesday session. So hello, everybody. W's in chat. Good morning. Got my nice little coffee here. We got my Got Too Silly hat on. It's my lucky hat. We are all set and ready to go. Good morning to chat. I got you guys open on my left here. So here for another beautiful Tuesday AM session. So thank you all for tuning in again. Let's get after it today. We got some good morning, Liz. Good morning, everybody. Pareto, Gustavo, Alex, Abi, Adity. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to see all of you once again in another Tuesday stream. And so Tuesday market, obviously, as you guys know, and for those of you that have been on the segment for Terry's portion here, we did have a little bit of a tougher New York AM session opened for today. So for many of you, I know it might have been a little bit more difficult to scout kind of what we were anticipating. And especially for myself, I did not end up taking any trades on indices. I did end up taking a trade on gold. So we'll go through a little bit kind of how I approached market open today and why I stayed away from indices. I was a little bit short bias on indices for today, but kind of what my anticipation was moving into markets today, as well as we'll go through a little gold recap and potentially some live trading if a setup forms. So without further ado, good morning, everybody. Lovely to be on stream once again. Thank you, MyFunded, for this opportunity. It's great to just be in front of all of you and give you guys kind of the special sauce when it comes to this day trading. So yeah, without further ado, let's just do a quick little rundown as to NASDAQ. As you guys probably saw in the previous segment, they were trading shorts, which was definitely the bias for today. As we saw market do, what we had is we had this Friday high from the 3 p.m. that had formed. What happened with Monday's market is we had a very intensive bullish session that led to a sweep of the Friday high. Once we had swept out that Friday high, what exactly happened? Well, we saw a very aggressive bearish leg into an imbalance here where we had this hourly fair value gap form. So for today, as many of you know as well, we did have CPI data at around the 8 o'clock window. Or the 8:30 window. So for myself, I was obviously hands off when it came to CPI data and just wanted to see how market reacted after. And at the 8 o'clock window, we did end up sweeping out the Monday high, which was one of the reasons I was short biased for today because of our reaction to Friday's high with NASDAQ. And especially as we're getting closer to some all-time highs once again on indices, this is one thing that I like to pay attention for is to see previous daily high sweeps, as that's something that really tends to work quite well when it comes to forming a bias, especially on the higher time frame. So for myself, looking at this Friday high sweep, we saw Monday sweep it out. We saw a bearish leg. We then saw a bit of accumulation. We had some hourly indecisive candles, large wicks, very small bodies that then led to a CPI data sweep of the Monday high before then the 9 o'clock and then the New York AM session open led to a short signature into these internal draws on liquidity here. And once again, back into an hourly imbalance here. So we have this hourly fair value gap that formed, which now we'll see whether or not that's strong enough to hold market because currently we are rejecting off of the 50% equilibrium, aka the encroachment level of this fair value. So I'm curious to see how we react here, but for the time being, I am hands off on indices since for myself, I was really honestly a little greedy to see this 8:30 high get swept out, then to frame shorts, but we ended up not even sweeping out the 8:30 high. We just swept out the previous Monday high and led to a nice short signature. But before we get into a little more here, just want to go through chat, just want to be engaging with all of you. But great to see everybody. Leo, do you use two-stage SMTs? Sometimes I do use two-stage SMTs, correct. But SMT divergence is definitely something I like to use when finding some high probability setups. But once again, good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We are at our second full week of the new year. Vibes are high, guys. So quite happy about this one. When it comes to indicators I have the T-Trades fractal, and then I use just a breaker block indicator sometimes. Because when I'm streaming, sometimes it's nice to just have a breaker block indicator give me the breaker block for me. I could scatter myself, but it is quite nice. But yeah, good morning, everybody. Lovely to see all of you. May Cookie, great to see you. Camilo, howdy, how's it going? Secret Formula, Plankton Voice. Good morning, everybody. Love to see you. ICTNGL, good morning. Lovely to see every single one of you today. So let's go into it a little more. So obviously, when we broke down the hourly analysis, what did we see happen with indices today? And then once again, I will get into some potential live trading with you guys, since I did see a potential setup forming here on silver, which I'll give you guys a rundown for in a sec. But when it comes to indices, we obviously swept the Monday high during Tuesday's market. Once we had swept the Monday high with Tuesday open with CPI and then the 9:30 open, which had led to a resweep of that Monday high, we were led with a short signature where we had this change in state of delivery that had swept out the previous 30-minute high. As I talk about when we are using aligning timeframes, for those of you that are aware of the fractal model, typically aligning timeframes go as followed. We have the 1 minute with the 15-minute alignment. So if you're trading the 1 minute smaller time frame, use the 15-minute candle as your higher time frame sweeps. When you're trading the 3 minute, you use the 30-minute. When you're trading the 5 minute, you use the hourly. And typically those are the time frames I trade with the most when it comes to live trading. I don't typically like to step larger. Sometimes with commodities, you'll see me take a 15-minute to 4 hour alignment if it's a swing, but most of the time I stick within the 1 minute and 3 minute window as my primary trading. So what did we see again? Monday high sweep. We had formed a bearish breaker and a bearish change in state of delivery, as well as, for those of you that are aware, SMT divergence at the high. So obviously with NASDAQ, when we look at correlating assets, so I'll actually get this open here. Let's just open up our handy dandy ES chart on the left. We see what exactly happened. I'll use the crosshair so you can see this. So here at the 924 candle, we had formed a high. ES did as well. Once we had the 9:30 open here, we had a very indecisive 9:30 open candle on both NASDAQ, ES, and RTY, as well as YM. So indices had a very indecisive 3-minute open, which led to actually forming a breaker block for NASDAQ here. NASDAQ then, unlike ES here, we see at the 924, what did ES end up doing? ES ended up continuing lower without resweeping the previous high. And so with this type of correlation, because we did not resweep out the high and NASDAQ remanipulated the 924 high, that led to an SMT divergence at the highs. But as I like to say, and for many of you that aren't quite aware of what SMT divergence is, it can help you find where true manipulation occurs in markets, as well as where you can identify true trend potentially moving. And so NASDAQ leading to this manipulation, but ES, YM, and RTY just continuing lower gave me the impression that market was indeed ready to continue with bearish intent. But SMT divergence is kind of just treated as a hypothesis until you validate it with some type of market structure shift. And so market structure shifts, for those of you that may or may not know, we have what are called change in states of deliveries. And here with this change in state of delivery, we had a resweep of the previous 30-minute high. So as I mentioned, the 9 a.m. until the 9:27 is the 30-minute candle here. So even if I were just to put it in a box, we have the 9 o'clock candle open until the 9:27. So this is a 30-minute window here in this blue box before the next 30-minute opens. Oops, sorry, just right here. Then the next 30-minute opens. This is the new 30-minute. As we see, the high of this 30-minute candle is formed at the 26,000, basically 26,000 flat, we'll call it. And with this new 30-minute open, NASDAQ swept it out since we swept out the previous high. I was looking to potentially sweep out data highs before forming shorts, hence why I did not take this short signature, typically something I like to see. But it ended up leading that ES and YM did not resweep that out and just continued this bearish intent lower. So with that being said, what do we do next? Well, we identify where the draws and liquidity lie. So using my handy dandy hourly time frame, where do we see our points in market or inflections in market where we rejected off of aggressively? Where did trend retrace and we rejected aggressively? Here we see with the resweep of the Friday high from Monday, we saw a nice aggressive bounce off of this specific level. So this becomes a primary draw on liquidity within this fair value gap. We also had another one at the 6 o'clock low where we see we had a retracement leg before we led to the, CPI led to this very bullish move, but we had another draw on liquidity. So these were two areas. Once I'd had a closure below the change in state of delivery and this breaker block that I could anticipate market moving to. So all around, very, very solid. We swept both those out, and now we're rejecting off of this fair value. So it's really cool to see kind of this play out, right? I did not end up taking this once again because my framework was to see a sweep out of data highs before looking to go short. So it's on me, but we did end up taking a winning trade on gold pre-New York AM session open, which we'll get into a little later. But howdy, everybody. Lovely to see all of you once again here. If you guys haven't already, feel free to like the stream. And yeah, it's going to be a good one. So yeah, we're up on the MyFunded account for today, which is really nice, as well as the personal. So quite happy about it. And yeah, so the potential trade setup I was watching for today, actually for a live trade, was looking at potentially taking silver longs. Why do I say this? What's the reason behind it? Reason why I'm a really big fan of silver in this scenario, more micro silver, since silver does require high size, is where does silver currently lie? Well, if we go on the 4-hour time frame, currently where is price on silver? This is a question for chat. We're at all-time highs. We are currently at the highest price. We were at the 6 o'clock, 4-hour. We are at all-time highs on silver, which is pretty cool, right? We're seeing the highest amount of value per ounce of silver at the moment, which is really neat to see. And so here, when we look at potential markets and we watch and we want to see continuations form, well, market doesn't just continue in one super straight line, right? If it did, I think a lot of us would be extremely profitable traders, right? Not the reality. Market moves in what is called continuations and retracements, where we have periods of retracements, continuation, retracement, continuation, which is exactly kind of what we're seeing with silver right now as we're at these all-time highs. We formed a continuation, we retraced, but what did we retrace into? Market always likes to retrace into imbalances or fair value gaps. And so here, when we look at this market, even on the hourly time frame, what did silver retrace into? We formed a very aggressive hourly closure then we retraced into the imbalance, then we continued higher once again. And what did we form once again on silver? Well, we formed another very, very aggressive hourly fair value gap with this imbalance. And so where does market potentially want to move? Market wants to retrace into that imbalance before we continue higher. So currently, what I was looking for at the 10 o'clock was to see a retrace into this hourly fair value, which is exactly what we're seeing now. So going to see, after we do a little bit more education here, how we can potentially frame as silver longs. But for myself, it's definitely looking like this was a nice retrace before we then see a continuation higher. So around the 11 o'clock open, we'll probably see a continuation higher here. But all in all, definitely kind of the anticipated move I was expecting for silver for today. And we'll see if we can frame something on stream for today. But how many micros you use at silver? I mean, it depends. Most of the time, I'll do anywhere between 2 to 5 micros on silver. If I'm trading personal, I'll do a little more since I have a little more size there. But I'd say about 2 to 5 is a good, but 2 on the lower end since silver does move quite a lot. It's $5 per micro per 0.005 cent move. So yeah, so currently this is what we're looking for. So when I look at the 3-minute time frame now, what exactly happened, right? We formed this hourly fair value gap. And so for myself, ideally, if I'm looking to see a continuation form on silver, I do want to see us reclose back above. I want to see us close back above a given trend or a change in state of delivery, so we're able to identify and see that trend is going to continue higher. And as we see to this reaction, what exactly happened with silver? Well, exactly what I just mentioned. We're seeing a bounce off of this hourly fair value gap and continuing back higher here. For micro silver, it is SIL. And carrying on 50% yesterday daily candle, correct. Thanks. Yeah, of course. Buy under this week's anchored VWAP over last week's anchored VWAP. Yep, exactly. Internet Explorer. Silver was 5 minutes 60 plus C2 1 hour. Exactly, Fernando. So we're definitely looking for some potential longs here on silver. Ideally, I did want to try and hop in at the fair value gap and just anticipate a trace higher from this fair value gap rejection, since that's where I wanted to see market retrace into. So yeah, that's kind of what we're watching for today. In terms of NASDAQ too, kind of just want to see how this hourly plays out at the 10 o'clock. We did obviously sweep out Monday high. We are in a very bearish segment now. We're also about to validate an hourly change in state of delivery, which is very bullish, or which is very bearish bias for the day. Oops, apologies, guys. And so that's just kind of what I'm watching to see with this hourly closure. It's looking like it in the next 15 minutes will most likely get a closure below the 60 unless we reject off the fair value. My entry on GC is at 45.97. I took partials, not really bullish. I should close or wait on new highs. We'll go into gold in just a second here. But yeah, how was everybody's Monday trading? As I mentioned on my last stream, I think the most important thing about trading is preserving your capital and sticking to a defined entry and risk management model. So that being said, let's just get some responses in chat. How was your guys' Monday trading? Are we sticking to our rules in 2026? I know a lot of us have some new goals that we're setting for ourselves. But yeah, also MyFunded did put in the chat code YouTube for 20% off rapid accounts. For those of you that don't know, 90-10 split on the rapid accounts. So pretty cool if you ask me, I'm not gonna lie. So code YouTube for some MyFunded accounts as well, for those of you that might be missing the chat here. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see what happens with NASDAQ here. Silver, though, is definitely giving me the reaction I wanted off this hourly fair value gap. So curious to see kind of what happens. We did form this major imbalance, tapped into it, and now we're looking for a continuation higher here. But looks like silver is probably just going to be a slow bullish grind up for today, or at least what we'll see is we'll see a resweep out of the all-time highs here, which will mark here as our ATH, all-time highs. So curious to see whether or not we'll end up tracing that out. We'll see if we can frame an entry signature for this today. So this is what we're seeing here in terms of gold. So we'll see. Currently, what I'm looking to see is I'm looking to see a closure above this internal change in state of delivery. This bearish candle move is what led to the sweep out of an imbalance. So if you want to frame a continuation off of an imbalance, we want to look for a closure back above the move that led to the retracement. And so the move that led to the retracement is this 1, 2, 3, and almost 4 bearish candle body move that led to the sweep of the hourly fair value before now we're seeing a rejection higher. Up, up, down, down, left, right, right. Smash the likes, guys. B-Tree's on it. B-Tree is on it. But yeah, lovely being back here on another Tuesday. We're gonna get a little sip of coffee here. We got a nice little mug with my first name initial on it. Shout out my mom for this mug. So, in terms of gold for today, as we're seeing a lot with most of the commodities, what is happening with commodities, guys? Let's get a little zoom out picture here. Uh-oh, where's gold at? Gold is once again at all-time highs. $4,625 an ounce of gold right now in futures, which is pretty insane if you ask me. Commodities starting the new year off with some higher time frame highs. We're seeing some all-time highs on gold. We're seeing some all-time highs on silver. It is just bread and butter for today, guys. So that being said, let's go through a quick little gold recap for you guys. Currently as well, what I'll be doing is I'm watching to see, we'll add a price level alert here on this IC level. So if we get a closure or we tap into this, we'll start looking for some potential silver longs with this closure. Once again, ideally, I would have liked to see an entry. I would have liked to set a limit order at the fair value gap. And if we had traced lower, I just would have put my stop at the low. But I was trying to look for micro silver contracts at the tap into this fair value before continuing higher. Silver is a killer. Silver is a killer, but it's also definitely an asset that moves quite a lot. So having proper risk management, I mean, regardless of silver, with any asset, is definitely what we're looking to have when trading these type of assets, especially commodities. Commodities can move very aggressively too. So this morning, what did we end up taking for today, guys? Well, what did we see with gold on the 3-minute? Well, if we just kind of look at this trend, so starting from the 1230 candle, what do we notice here happened with gold? Nothing really, right? Realistically, nothing too much happened with gold. We saw kind of this bearish leg that led to a bit of an accumulation, a little bit of a bullish leg, tapping in some highs of this range, continuing. And so when we look at this trend, this is a question for chat now. I'm gonna let all of you answer this. What do we consider this phase of market? What do we consider this phase of market? And more relevant to New York Open, what do we consider this phase of market in my blue box? This will be a question for chat here. I'm giving you guys a midstream quiz. Midstream quiz. What do we consider this blue area? Accumulation, right? We consider this accumulation because market currently is indecisive in terms of where it wants to move. We're not seeing any true manipulation occur. And so as we approach New York AM session open, and I mentioned this exact same thing, this is a framework I use for my trading. What are we typically looking for? Exactly. Chop fest, accumulation, whatever you want to anticipate it as. But typically the known term is accumulation, PO3, right? This is the accumulation leg. What follows after accumulation? Manipulation, right? We then watch for manipulation to occur. So when manipulation occurs, what can we scout after a manipulation is we can see distribution after that. And so typically in this example, and as we want to find the most relevant accumulation, right? We don't want to use an accumulation from previous day. We want to use an accumulation that's the most relevant to the New York Open. And so here we see after this accumulation, as we got close to the pre-New York session open around the 7 o'clock window, oh, there goes our alert for silver. Looks like we are tagging into the internal change in state. Very cool to see here as well, guys. Since we are seeing it, we want to see if we can get this 3-minute closure above this IC, but definitely looking like we're going to tag back into all-time highs here. So probably be grabbing a micro 2 here and just taking silver into some higher highs. So as we kind of go through this, it's a continuous alert. So it'll let me know once we're closed above. What did we see happen after this accumulation? Well, after this new accumulation, what exactly happens? Well, the 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock window manipulates out the low of this accumulation. And because we saw a bearish manipulation occur, which I'll even mark here in this red box, and we'll label it as our MP manipulation. After this manipulation, what exactly can we anticipate? Distribution. And so with this distribution, and typically with my trading model, it is an extension of the fractal, I look for a closure above both a change in state of delivery and a breaker block in the intended direction. So if I'm looking, so here, by the way, this is a non-confirmed entry on silver since we rejected off the internal change in state. So instead, what I want to see is whether or not we're going to trace into this next imbalance here. And if we respect this imbalance, we can anticipate price to move higher. So that is currently what we are watching for. So we'll remove my alert here, and we are going to move this as our next approaching IC, our internal change in state. We're doing double trade management here. With this manipulation, obviously, if we see a manipulation occur, what do I want to see happen next is a distribution. And so using aligning confluences like a bullish change in state of delivery, as well as a bullish breaker block and a closure above both is typically what my entry model signals. And so here with this manipulation, we then saw that what led to the manipulation. Well, here this is the previous 30-minute candle. Then the 7:30 candle opens. We see a sweep out of the 7:30. And so here then, this becomes your change in state of delivery with this manipulation. And we also formed a bullish breaker block at the 6:48 a.m. candle. So with a closure, and we didn't get a closure just above, but we got a closure right at the top line of that breaker. I ended up entering market order entry. I put my stop on gold. I typically do 1 full point below. So here we have 2.5 as our stop. Typically, I do a 3.5. I do exactly $1 lower. In the case that market decides to retrace, that we're giving ourselves a little bit of wiggle room to not get stopped out. Here then, as I always mention, where does our most recent draw on liquidity lie? Well, we do have this little draw on liquidity around 333, but I want to find a more relevant draw. So the 12:30, a new 30-minute open, and also the second 30-minute candle of the new day becomes my draw on liquidity, which is exactly where I targeted price to move to. So market order entry, stop 1 point below. And then once we saw this occur, I just put my TP. I ended up taking some partials at the 3:33 a.m. high, which I'll mark here as an X. And then I took my full position out here at the 12:30 a.m. session high. So I had my limit sells here at this high, and we ended up getting taken out for a 3.5-hour trade. So very, very solid trade. I'm quite happy to see how this turned out for sure. And then as we can see, gold just continued higher until now it's a little bit more indecisive. We're seeing some more bearish intent for today. So that's a quick little gold recap for you guys from this morning. Quite happy about the turn of events with that and how that happened. But yeah, just thought I'd give you guys a little recap there. Do we have any questions in chat? Anything you guys want to talk about? Anything you guys want me to review? Right now, as I mentioned, I'm wanting to see silver reclose back above. We trace into a new imbalance here. So I want to see a closure above this internal change in state. And I'll probably be looking to go long on silver into these all-time highs. Leo took a silver 1 minute winner setup here. Nice. Well done. Well done. That is the way to do it. Well done. So yeah, GC was a very solid one for me this morning, especially 3.5R. Typically, I only shoot for about 1.5 to 2R a day. So having a 3.5R trade to start off the new week on a Tuesday, we'll take it, man. We will take it any day of the week. Let's go Bulls. Let's go Bulls. So also looks like here, what are we seeing on NASDAQ? We are rejecting off the encroachment. As I mentioned, we have this large imbalance that formed. I believe this was a 1 hour fair value gap. Look at this. We had 2 rejects off of the encroachment, the 50% marker. And then now we're seeing this occur. Leo, why do we need both Sisti and breaker to be broken? Why not only Sisti? You can only use Sisti. I like to have an extra layer of confluence. And after a lot of back testing as well, sometimes when you just use a change in state of delivery, your stop is super wide. You'll have 50 to 70 point stops. If you have a breaker and you just use the low of a breaker, through back testing and my own experience, having a breaker allows you to, first of all, have better risk management. You have smaller stops. And also, typically, if you reclose back below a breaker, most of the time your change in state of delivery is invalidated. So the breaker gives you that little extra layer of confluence that allows you to be in a higher probability setup with also less risk involved. Does that make sense? MNQES. That's a great name. I love that. That's a great name. So here right now, we're just watching for silver on the 3 minute. Great rejection off the hourly fair value. Definitely looking for silver to trace back into some all-time highs. The only thing that's also a little concerning here with silver is the fact that we do have a conflicting confluence here. We do have this fair value gap. We haven't inversed it yet, but I would ideally, a closure above this internal change in state would also close above this fair value, which would inverse it. So this would be kind of the double whammy I'm looking for here to better signal me into some long positions on silver. Later on, you can show it to us and explain some examples like Ash does. Absolutely. 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 Good to know. Thank you. Yeah, of course. ES previous all-time highs acting as support so far. Also, there's yesterday value low area. Yep, exactly. Internet Explorer. So NASDAQ here really showcasing that this hourly fair value gap wanted to hold. And so we're now seeing market reject very aggressively off this hourly fair value. And just for the sake of having a clean chart, we're going to mark that out as the 1 hour fair value. Yeah, guys, if you guys haven't already, we're at 158 likes on the stream. I think we can get this number to 200. We have 230 of us right now. We can absolutely get this to 200 likes. I know for a fact you guys got it in you. Alrighty. So I'm grabbing in here on some silvers. Okay. Perfect. Going to use the low here, target this all-time highs as my primary draw. It's a 1.48R. Alrighty, fills are in here. I'm in these silver longs, hoping to see these all-time highs. Very light risk on these as well. Already up on the day with gold, but definitely looking to see silver approach into these all-time highs, considering this IC and this retrace into this imbalance. So we'll see what happens here. In this with literally very light size. I'm in this with 2 micros. So we're not risking a lot here, but we will see what happens. So we will now set an alert here at the all-time highs as well, in case I'm just giving any educational analysis for you guys that I'm able to see it. So come on, guys, push it. Smash those likes, guys. MyFunded, we love to see this, man. The community, MyFunded, all of us creators here, we love to see that you guys enjoy these streams. So best you can do is hit a little like button. And for those of you wanting to trade, code YouTube on MyFunded. We'll probably see a retrace into the internal change in state before we continue higher here. But looking like I might take a partial early as well, just because we're seeing a little bit of some slowed bullish movement here. Looking for rejection off 843, 846. There we go. Alrighty, well, that is in. So we'll see what happens there with silver. We'll update you guys in that position as we are in it. In the meantime, though, we're seeing a retracement and a continuation here on NASDAQ. So pretty cool stuff. Smash like, guys. Woo. So very sorry that I can't like now because I already liked. We love to hear that. We absolutely love to hear that. So this is pretty sweet. Alrighty, nice extension here on gold. We're up about 150 on these micros. So we ideally want to see, we'll probably see a little bit of a rejection off of the 10-12 high. But so far we're seeing some very good movement here. A closure above this high here could yield a good opportunity to grab 1 partial. So we're basically in a risk-free trade. But for right now, we'll just see whether or not we close above this 10-12 high. Closure above this 10-12 high will, oh my gosh, closure above this 10-12 AM high. I kept saying hive. Oh my gosh. Would be a good opportunity for us to see an expansion into this all-time high. NASDAQ here, a little bit of accumulation. Let's look at ES. ES as well. Great V-shaped recovery here on ES. We do like to see this, especially when we're looking for bullish intent on indices and a rejection off the hourly fair value. This is definitely the kind of sauce we like to see. And very similar to NASDAQ, what are we seeing here with ES? We didn't reject quite off the encroachment, but we got very close to it. So we have this fair value gap here on the hourly. Fair value gap 1 hour that we rejected off of. And now we're seeing a beautiful V-shaped recovery occur. With some spice. See what happens here. That's the new 3-minute open. We'll see a little bit of resistance around that 10-12. That was a retracement period and an imbalance that we failed to inverse. So we'll see what happens if silver respects that. But we are in with my intended size. So whatever happens, happens, guys. It's all about following your entry model, right? I've traded 100 times over. So if this becomes a loss, it's a valid loss. It's a trade. I'm anticipating these all-time highs. I have my identified risk. So whatever happens in this trade, I'm A-okay, guys. I've got the buffer. We're chilling. I'm in the right amount of size. And if this plays out, fantastic. We're up 2 wins on the day. And I will consider that a huge win for the playbook. So that is what is happening. But once again, guys, we are here for some good old education. Just want to give you guys the special sauce as we continue. With some spice. Triple likes, says Internet Explorer. But yeah, how's the new year going for everybody in chat? How are you all doing? Are we doing well? Are we making ourselves proud by following our risk management models, our entry models? What's the criteria? What are we looking like right now, chat? How's everybody doing? And as I mentioned, guys, we've got my lucky hat on today. We've got my got too silly hat, and it's a goose in jail. So got my nice hat on for today. This is my lucky hat. Very close to my first payout. We'd love to hear that. There we go. Congrats, James. There we go. See that 10-12 high acting is a little bit of resistance here. So I do ideally want to see a candle body closure above that. But we'll see. If that holds and we get invalidated, then we get invalidated. But ideally, if we see a closure above that, we'll most likely see an expansion into those all-time highs. So we just got to wait and stay patient, guys. That's part of the game. That is part of the game. Can't win them all, but, we'll see what happens. Retracing back into the IC, it looks like here. Send me a nice alert there. Definitely going to retrace there in a couple seconds, it looks like. I do not follow GXT. GXT is an extension of Fractal, so I trade my own model, which is an extension of the Fractal. All right, that's a retrace into the change in state here. So we'll see what happens. So we'll remove this alert now off the IC. Shimmy this up. NQ has a huge 1 hour wick. I'd expect it to go down. Just fill this on it. Let's check this NQ 1 hour wick. I mean, yeah, this was a massive wick at the 10 o'clock here. Oh yeah, there's the start of the new hourly. So started the new hourly open here as well. We have the 8 o'clock. We're 3 minutes into the 8 o'clock. Reject off of the fair value here. Massive wick to the bull side here. We didn't fully reverse the 10 o'clock though. So curious to see what happens. We'll probably see a little bit of a retrace back into these draws and liquidity. Here we're seeing with the new hourly open as well. 11 o'clock did form a relatively bearish closure back with this rejection from the 10-12. So we'll see what happens, but patience is key here. We have identified our risk once again. So we're just here to see what happens. Let's get a nice little sip out of my coffee here, guys, as you guys know. Can't say I'm a caffeine addict, but I'm just a fan of the flavor of coffee. I can't lie. I'm just a really big fan of the flavor of coffee. I think some of you might be able to agree with me. I don't think I'm crazy for that, right? Alrighty. So yeah, we're seeing these wick rejections here. Let's see how YM played out as well. YM is a lot more on the bearish intent here. It's not even in an imbalance. It inversed the imbalance here, and we retested into it. So definitely looking like bearish intent is the move for today. We have an inversion fair value. We traced into it with a bearish closure back below on the 10 o'clock. So it's looking like the 11 o'clock is going to probably either retrace back into this inversion or a slight retrace here to form the wick before we see another hourly expansion lower. Silver here looking like it's really the 11 o'clock rejected heavy off that 10-12. A-okay. We are in this regardless. You drinking same as Ash? I don't know. Does Ash drink Ash drinks coffee as well? Well, I'm perfect. Gonna get a coffee. There we go. Alrighty. Here we're seeing a continued bearish move here. So as I mentioned, we'll probably see a retrace back into these draws on liquidity. Light size on silver. If we can get back above this IC within the next few minutes at this 11 o'clock, we'll see a re-expansion. But ideally right now, what I'm looking to see is a reclosure back above the 10-12 a.m. high. No closure here and a continued rejection would treat the 10-12 a.m. high as resistance, which would mean we would most likely continue lower here on silver. Really want to see a retrace back to this all-time highs, though, especially with this rejection off the hourly fair value. But one thing I can say is that if we do get invalidated here, we'll most likely see a resweep out of this hourly fair value, since as we know, we just had a very light, really light retrace into this fair value. So ideally, if we're looking to see if this does get invalidated, we'll probably see more of a deep retrace into it before we continue back into those all-times. And then that'll just be a valid loss. I just took my continuation signature. So if that doesn't play out, it doesn't play out. And that's the reality, guys. Right? But in the meantime here, let's see kind of the process here with ES and NQ. ES at 7,000 as well. Crazy. 470. Yeah, looks like the 11 o'clock is continuing with bearish intent here. Good resistance off that, I won't lie. Very good resistance off the 1012. Good job on following the plan. Guys, this is part of the game, right? I've taken, I can't even tell you how many trades at this point. Been trading since 2019, and I have traded, I don't even know how many times, thousands of trades at this point, right? So this is just experience. And the thing is, I've managed my risk. If I were to move my stop, that would just be emotional trading, right? If I was like, oh gosh, we're in drawdown now, I'm going to move my stop. That's just emotional trading. If I stay consistent with the same risk management model, as well as if I stay consistent with the same entry model, I'm able to easily tell kind of where my losses are, why I took a true loser, right? If I'm constantly moving my stop for emotional purposes, or I'm changing my entry model, it's very hard to journal your trades because you're constantly making new mistakes. But if you stick with one singular entry model and one singular risk management model, and you can just really hone in on them, that's what's going to really help you get good at finding where your true mistakes are, because you're taking the same trades over and over and over again, right? And so that's the true importance of sticking. That's why when I tell you guys, I cannot stress it enough, stick with one entry model and stick with one risk management model that is in alignment with that entry model, because that's where you're able to find your true mistakes. And for me, somebody asked me actually on the last stream, like, what was one of the biggest game changers for you when it came to trading to build consistency? And it was exactly that. It was this idea of being able to stick to my risk management and stick to an identified entry model, because then when I'm trading and I'm taking the same entries over and over and over again for the thousandth time, I'm able to identify where my true losses are, where my true winners are, and exactly kind of why I am in this trade, right? If I'd moved my stop here, guys, I would have been stopped out. Like, let's say if I got really emotional, I moved it to the low of the 1054, I would have been stopped out. And now we're back at a drawdown, right? I'm not saying this trade is going to play out, but see, I'm sticking with my plan. And if this plays out, this is part of the process. Being in drawdown is part of the process. If you can't see red in your trading, like if you physically can't look at a chart and see that you're down red on a current trade that you're active in, you shouldn't be able to see the green ones either, right? Because you should be able to emotionally manage the idea that, okay, this red trade is part of my entry model. The second you start to treat that red trade like, oh gosh, like this might be the end of my account, is exactly when you start to get more emotional. And that's when you start to make irrational decisions and size in improperly, or take different entry models, or size in more because you just want to see a trade win. So kind of just the idea when it comes to this. Also, yeah, Adity did mention it. We are near the 200 like zone. So for those of you that haven't already, smash the like button, guys. Let's see if we can get this. If we can get this segment to 200 likes before the end of the stream, I'll be super amped. So make sure you guys do, if you haven't already, to smash that like button. So we'll see what happens here. Looks like we're just seeing, honestly, a pretty indecisive 11 o'clock right now. We did reject very heavily right now, which is kind of what we're seeing with indices. So yeah, only active position right now for me is silver. I am in nothing else. I mentioned that GC trade I took this morning pre-AM session. When trading MNQ, what's your entry size per trade? Depends on the size of an account. But most of the time, I'd say a safe bet. Like, you realistically, guys, you don't need to trade more than 2 to 3 micros. Like, for many of you that are trading on 50K accounts, you don't need to trade more than 2 to 3 micros. Like, realistically, you really don't need to. If you can stay consistent and you can just really get good at trading 2 micros, as you start to size up more, as you start to get more funded, or you're fully getting close to payout, like, this is when you slowly start to size up more. But if you can't stay consistent with 1 micro, why are you trading 5 micros? If you can't stay consistent with 10 micros, why are you trading 1 mini? Why are you trading 2 minis, right? No reason behind that. So silver as well, a little bit of a choppy price action around the IC. But once again, I think closure above this 10-12 high is going to really lead to a nice bullish leg up into this all-time high. 0.5 micros on silver. Yeah, right. Because silver does move $5 a point. So it's definitely one that had, say, way less size, especially dependent on the account. Leo, has SIST to be in the same higher time frame candle to be a correct continuation C3 on silver, then should be valid only after new SIST is formed? Correct. You'd need to see a new SIST confirmed or a retrace into a higher time frame POI, like a fair value in this example. This is typically how I trade continuations. I watch for higher time frame retrace into a POI, and I frame a smaller time frame continuation signature into another retrace into a POI. A quantum silver contract moving millions of dollars a second. Oh gosh. Nice trade. I mean, hey, we're just in it, guys. We're in it. See, we've kept it the same risk. We actually got very close to our stop. We're back in profit on this trade, so we'll take it. We're up like 120 bucks right now on this trade. So be it, right? We're just in with my given size. I just want to see this closure above the 10-12 AM high. If this next 3 minute can give me that closure, not reject, I think we'll really see a good bullish leg into these all-time highs. Especially if we look at GC. GC is the opposite here. We're seeing a bit of a bearish retracement here on GC, but silver, I think, really it's looking like it wants to resweep out that all-time highs. Good luck, everybody. Good luck on the accounts. Let's get another sip of some coffee here. SPY currently over the 50% fair value gap from 10 a.m. to 15-minute candle. All righty. Well, let's check it out, shall we? Wow, nice. So that's forming the wick of the new hourly candle here. So we'll probably see a retrace back into Monday lows. It's looking like great movement here from silver, by the way. I just have to say, guys, retrace into the IC, respecting our stop accordingly. If this closes above the 10-12, this might be a beautiful trade on stream with you guys. A beautiful trade on micro silver for you guys. Very, very nice here. I'm happy to see this. So use SMT between GC and silver. I do. Yes, I use gold and silver as SMT. And for gold, I'll use like Great British Pound and other type of. I'll use a couple different correlating assets. We'll see what happens here. Minute 27 until this 3-minute closure. Let's see a closure by that 10-12. I'll be a happy camper here. I'll be a very happy camper. This announced it would back out low. They're fighting it. They're battling 15-minute candle. I know. We are seeing this is what we formed the wick of the 15-minute and we cleared the imbalance here. So this is looking really solid, guys. This is looking super solid on silver. We'll keep the silver chart open, but I'm liking what I'm seeing here, guys. Get a $50 move on silver. I'll take that any day of the week, guys. Congrats to all the winners, by the way. Huge congrats to all the winners, everybody. Yes, I trade ICT. I trade ICT and Fractal. Congrats to all the winners, everybody. Huge congrats, everybody. Look at this. MyFunded giving out tons of accounts to all of you. Guys, if you guys want more giveaways like this, show some support. We're at 176. Guys, we are 24 likes away from 200 on the stream. I know there's 24 of you in here that can hit that like button. Let's see if we can get it at 200. I'll be a very, very happy camper here. Also, great movement here on silver. Let's see if we can get this closure. 18 seconds. Get this closure by this 10-12 and send me to all-time highs, silver. Send me to all-time highs. I'll be a happy camper. I'll be a happy camper. Congrats once again to all the winners. We have 23 likes until 200. Let's see if we can get this potty started. How do you enter? I took a market order entry here at the 10:57 a.m. So now we have officially confirmed a closure above the 10-12. So in anticipation, what can I see? Probably a retrace into it before we see an expansion into these all-time highs. So very happy to see it, guys. And for those of you that are forgetting as well, code YouTube when getting your MyFunded accounts. Guys, we got the rapid accounts. It's looking good. Got everyone. Congratulations. Congratulations, everybody. Huge congratulations. So we'll actually move this over to the side here just so we can see this trade play out. But I am going to take a partial here to manage my risk accordingly, and I'll leave my final contract into these all-time highs. So a partial has been taken. Okay. Partial taken on this trade, and I'm leaving my final contract here for these all-time highs. So we will see what happens here. I'm tempted to go break even on this trade, but I think I'm going to keep the risk according. We did retrace below the IC. I might move my stop to the 1106 low here, because if we get to this 1106 low, there's a high chance we invalidate the trade entirely. So just to framework this with you guys, just some risk management. Great expansion here into these all-time highs on silver. Bring me my money, silver. We are absolutely killing this trade right now, guys. Can anyone tell me who is this person live at the moment? It's Leo. It's Leo. Leo invests. It's It's my second Tuesday session. So definitely if you haven't been on the stream, you probably don't know me. But once again, everybody, hello. My name is Leo Invests. I am going to be doing the Tuesday segments here on MyFunded for some live streaming. So lovely to see all of you. And for those of you that are new, I hope you guys enjoy these kind of form streams that I do. A mix between technical analysis and education and live trading. So if you guys do like it as well, I do have to say it, guys, I have to be annoying here. We're 11 likes off of 200 on the stream. We are 11 likes off 200 on the stream. I'm just going to say it. I think 249 of us, there's 11 of you. Now we're 10 off. Let's get it to 200. I know we can. Like and subscribe, guys. We are 10 off 200 on the stream. Thank you, Leo. Just logged back after a couple weeks. Seen many changes around here. Yeah, Hitch. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Great stream. Thank you. Very happy to hear it. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. See what happens here. Really want to just see some continued bullish closures. Just take me these all-time highs. It'll be such a tease if at the end of the segment it doesn't play out to all-time highs. But for all we know right now, we're now in a risk-free trade. We've taken out partials to cover losses. So out of anything, what happens is we're at a break-even trade. But if this plays to all-time highs, this is a very nice winning trade on stream for all of you. So can't complain, guys. Izzy Lizzie brought up a good point. It does not matter if people win 1 or 2 or 4. People show up every day and enter every day, guys. These giveaways are happening. MyFunded is hosting these giveaways every single stream, everybody. Also, who's going to be the 200 like? We're at 199 likes right now. Who's going to be the 200 like here on MyFunded stream? Let's see. I'm watching it live. I want to see that 200. I'm looking at my chat right now. Let's see if we can see a 200 form here. Come on. Who's the final? Who's going to be the 200 like? Who's going to be the 200 like here on MyFunded? 200 like, it's a Pokemon card for me. You heard it. I didn't say it. Well, nice movement here on silver. We retrace back into the 1012 AM high. There we go, guys. 202 likes on the stream. Bang, baby. There we go. Love to see that. And at the same time, we're seeing a retrace into the 1012 high. Now all we want to see, because look, what are we forming yet again on silver, guys? We are forming another imbalance. If we can respect this fair value, here's the special sauce. If we can respect this fair value here, and I'll just extend this out so you guys can see a little more. If we can respect this fair value and reject off of it, all-time highs are in the clear. We'll see what happens though. Thank you all for all the support on these streams, by the way. Really, really appreciate it. It's super cool. I mean, this is my second ever MyFunded stream, so it's super dope to be able to supply education and just be able to be live with you guys. It's so nice because this is what I love to do, man. Like, trading is great, but you got to realize when I'm trading by myself, sometimes it gets a little boring because, you know, I'm not talking to anybody. I'm kind of just got my music, which is nice. You know, you hit a flow state, but I love this. I love interacting with all of you while I'm trading. I'm giving you guys my analysis here. I'm giving this education. I got to be live with every single one of you. So I'm happy to see it. And I really appreciate all the support from all of you for these streams. And especially because I'm new to the segment, I've seen nothing but absolutely superb support from every single one of you. So thank you again for just kind of giving me these warm welcomes as I make my debut on these MyFunded Tuesday streams. What's your routine before trading? I am in uni and I go to the gym consistently. Gymming. I love gymming. For those of you that might not know me, I also do triathlons. So I race triathlons. Typically, I am based in the West Coast, so it is pretty early for me pre-stream. Most of the time, I wake up around 5 o'clock. See, look at this, by the way, really quick. I'll answer that question in just a sec. We are respecting the imbalance here. And so a nice closure here in 20 seconds would yield a good extension to all-time highs. We respect the imbalance, which means that bulls are still strong, guys. Are you going to be a regular here? So far, I'm hosting the Tuesday sessions in Jan, guys. I think with enough support from all of you, we'll continue to make my debut. All the feedback, I love the feedback from all of you. This is the best future streaming community out here, 100%. 100%. Great respect to this fair value, by the way. This is looking wonderful. Let's see if before the end of the segment, if we can hit these all-time highs. If not, we'll see. We're going to kidnap Leo so he's a regular. You guys are funny. Yes, this is a risk-free trade, Smoke. I already took out a partial, so no matter what happens, I'll be slight green on the day. I took a partial that would cover fees and the loss of my second micro here. Tuesday, I'm back here. Well, I'll see you next Tuesday. I will see you next Tuesday. Asylum, I'll see you next Tuesday. Wake up at 5. Yeah, most of the time I wake up at 5. It depends on how busy of a day I have, but typically post stream I go to the gym, and pre stream I'll do breakfast, a little bit of coffee, and then sometimes I'll go on a run. It just depends on time. I'm not a perfect person. 5 o'clock is still an early wake up, guys. I've gotten used to it now. Obviously, this is my full time job, but definitely, if it's 5 o'clock, sometimes I'm going on a run. It just depends. If I'm very busy for the day, I'll try and do a small gym session pre-stream around like 5:15, and then I'll be on the charts at around 6. And then, yeah, because the gym's like a 3-minute drive for me. So super, super close. So yeah, and then most of the time post stream is when I'll do YouTube. I'll be recording YouTube videos, working on trade recaps, filming things, social media content, going to the gym if I haven't already, and then yeah, just a mix between all those. And I've been active since this channel was birthed. Super funny. Well, we'll see what happens. We're seeing a little bit of micro consolidation here on silver back above this 10-12 high, but based on what I'm seeing, it's looking pretty promising. We'll make a trace into these all-time highs. You guys are funny. I love reading chat. You guys are hilarious. You guys make me laugh. You're all very, very funny. Is Leo super funny like Tom? I don't know. Is Leo super funny like Tom? Tom's pretty funny, guys. I think he tops the cake on that one. I got to give it to Tom. Alrighty, we will see what happens here on silver. But as of right now, we're respecting this fair value. So ideally just want to see a nice bullish closure back above this fair value. If we inverse it, we'll most likely see an invalidation of this trade, but we'll be slight green on this silver trade. But all in all, still a very solid trade. It's already hit 101R, almost 1.5R here. So we'll see what happens. But ideally respect this imbalance and continue higher in all time. But hey guys, risk-free trade now. We took a really nice winner on gold this morning too. So simply cannot complain. I cannot complain at all. That I just accidentally muted the mic there. Whoops. Yes, I am currently in these silver longs. So yeah, as we get close to the end of this segment as well, if you guys haven't already, feel free to like the stream, subscribe if you haven't already. And yeah, I mean, for all of you that enjoy these type of streams, MyFunded is hosting these streams all the time. This is a great opportunity for you guys to really get involved in your trading, to see traders like us trade live, give you education, talk through the psychological process of trading. So if you haven't already, feel free to like. Feel free to like. So still respecting this imbalance here. I'm just going to shimmy this over a little more here. But ideally want to see us respect this fair value and tap into these all-time highs. But either you'll see that I get taken out and it's a slight green trade here since we have managed our risk accordingly. Le modèle is goated. I hope everyone learning something. Absolutely. Absolutely. Gold is just ranging. Yeah, I mean, kind of expected here, right? We're around all-time highs. We reswept out the Monday high here on gold, which was a really big area, a big draw on liquidity, this external draw being the Monday high, which was also the previous all-time highs. So not super surprised that we're seeing gold with this bearish leg now after that. And then silver as well is kind of following gold. We are in drawdown at the moment. So if we do see us get back to this 1106 low, we'll probably see this be an invalidation of this trade, especially if we inverse this fair value. But all in all, guys, it'll be a slight green day for me. I mean, green day for me, and then a slight green trade since we did take our partial up at the 1115. So yeah, guys. Fun day. I can't lie. Super, super fun day. Let's go follow chat. Let's go. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Emma. I appreciate it. So yeah, Lucky Hat gave us some good partials. We had this really nice win. For those of you that, once again, might just be tuning in, we did take a very nice long signature here for 3.5R on gold. We saw a accumulation manipulation around the 7 o'clock window into a distribution higher into some draws and liquidity, where we marked out our two most relevant internal draws. We had the 3:36 a.m. high and then the 12:30 a.m. high, which we saw gold trace into. Now, after a resweep of the Monday high, we're just seeing a little bit of a bearish extent lower. Silver did inverse this fair value gap, which does give me the impression we'll probably get an invalidation of this trade setup. We'll see, because there's a chance we reject off of the internal change in state. And there we go. So we are now tagged out of this trade. So we did make a slight green on this with my risk management, but it happens, guys. It's all part of the process, right? Can't win every single trade, but we did see a very nice extension nearly into these all-time highs on the silver trade. And so, yeah, quite an aggressive candle here as well. But that is all part of the game, guys. We're out of the trade right before the end of the segment as well. So honestly, good timing. And we did see that this trade did almost play out to these all-time highs, but looks like gold and silver did have some other plans here, especially gold leading this bearish leg here, forming some SMT down at the lows too, if we look at this. But yeah, guys, that's going to be a stop out on this trade here. Did make a little bit of green profit on that with my partial taken up above the 10-12 a.m. high, but that is what's happening, guys. A little bit of a very aggressive bearish leg here at the 11:27. I'm actually not sure what is happening currently, but I talked about a big candle here. Great stream. Thanks. I appreciate it. But yeah, guys, got about 2 minutes left here. And then we do have our next host hopping on. So yeah, just want to say thank you all so much. Yeah, bearish news. That's Leo's segment is ending. I know. Look at that, guys. Right at the end of my segment, I was like, we either see all-time highs or we get stopped out before the end of the segment. It looks like that's exactly what happened. But once again, everybody, thank you all so much for tuning into the segment. I will see you all next Tuesday as well. And we do have our next host coming on here in just about a minute and a half. But yeah, seriously, thank you all so much for tuning in and for all the support. Also getting the stream to 200 likes. We're seeing some big numbers here. We've got some very, very nice hosts. Yeah, so yeah, we have a little bit of time here just before the next segment. So we'll just look at this. But once again, guys, so this silver trade almost pulled into these all-time highs. It looks like gold did have some other plans, leading this SMT divergence at the lows now, but leading this primary bearish move. And if we look at this too, what exactly happened with gold? Well, we did actually reject off of this major imbalance here. We didn't see a closure above this fair value, which means we did respect it, and a closure back below does signal a bearish continuation signature as well. So it happens. It's part of the game, guys. So yeah, I mean, this happens, right? This is a part of trading. You can't win every single trade, but I'm glad that we managed the risk accordingly. Leo Lion W. I love that. Leo Lion. I'm not into astrology signs or anything, but I was born in July. So my name is Leo and I'm a Leo. I think that's my astrology sign. I'm not into that, but just fun little, just a fun little note. But yeah, major SMT forming at these lows here, just seeing a bearish continuation off of silver. We inverse this fair value gap. We're just seeing this crazy bearish leg here forming now, all part of the process. And then if we look at NASDAQ here as well, looks like we even retraced back into those draws and liquidity that I was talking about at that 1127. Very aggressive candlesticks forming here with this bearish news. So August 12th, very nice. July 24th for myself. July 24th. Spider's crazy thing. Well, I'm good practicing to keep my stop. See, it's all about it, right? We kept our stop in the same place. We managed our risk accordingly. This is all part of the game, guys. This happens, right? This is what trading is about, right? You take winners, you take losers. We took a great win on gold this morning for 3.5R, and we took a slight green trade on silver. We took our partials out, and then that second micro there did end up getting us stopped out with a little bit of slippage too. So part of the game, guys. But as MyFunded said in chat too, code YouTube for 20% off all the Rapid accounts. So you can tell this dude loves trading. Oh, I'm addicted. This is the dream job. I can't lie. This is absolutely the dream job. So can't complain at all. But yeah, everybody. China restricts NVIDIA chip purchases information. NVIDIA just dropped. That's where we see the tape came from. Yeah, that would make sense. Thank you for that, Coop. I appreciate it. I wasn't going to look at it until after the stream segment, so I appreciate you looking that up for me. Yeah, that would make sense. So Nvidia is definitely going to take a bit of a hit from that. Yep, definitely a little bit of a hit from that. So, oh boy. Extension back on these draws here. We pulled into this fair value too, so we might look at this continuation here. Another imbalance forming an internal change in state of delivery here as well, which we see with the SIST. So closure above here, and we might even see yet again another expansion here on NASDAQ. Yeah, so soon here we'll have Bull Barbie and Myth hopping on. Just going to finish up the final little bits of analysis, and we will be on to the next segment. But in the meantime, if you have any final questions for me, anything that we want to go over, any assets in specific, feel free to ask, or even any psychology questions. If those of you want to get to know me better, don't hesitate to ask me a question as well. I have no issue answering. I love checking out the chat. I love that you guys are super active, always asking questions. I see the chat moving, and sometimes I can't even reach all the questions, so I do apologize. Dude, you're awesome. Thanks for the info and time today. Have a good day, dude. You as well, Internet Explorer. Some fun names in chat as well. All right, so looks like we're definitely going to have a continuation higher here off of NASDAQ. I mean, here, once again, we manipulated and also retraced into this imbalance, and then we reclosed back above this internal change in state. So it's looking like we actually might see a nice V-shaped recovery. As I mentioned with ES as well, we saw this V-shaped recovery forming. Obviously, with the NVIDIA news, a little bit of an invalidation here, but it's looking like we'll probably see indices continue a little higher here as well. So not a worry at all. But we need to upgrade his mower. Alex, I appreciate it. I very much so appreciate it. 955 next. Yep, you know it. You know it. Got some good analysts in chat here. I love to see it. Seeing some good analysts here. Looks like silver as well, which would be funny is if we get invalidation, silver continues to all-time highs. And guess what, man? That is part of the game. It happens. It happens. But all in all, very solid day today. Like the price action pre-New York AM session. And then we saw a lot of previous daily high sweeps, which led to a nice bearish signature. And for those of you that were watching Terry's segment there, Terry and Tom's segment, same thing kind of happened with them where they were very much so bearish bias off the previous day high sweep. So definitely kind of what we were working for with on that one as well. I didn't quite see an entry signature for myself since I really was looking for a sweep out of data highs before then looking for a short signature. So did miss a little bit on that opportunity for watching those shorts. Definitely because I wasn't paying as much attention to Monday high because data had already swept out Monday high. So more so I was looking for a resweep of those data highs before looking for a short signature. So that happens, guys. You know, it's not, you know, never perfect. I can't take every entry, right? If I took every entry, I would probably be starting my own quant at that point. So yeah, now off the SIST, as I mentioned, we are seeing a continuation higher off of this as well. We'll take a nice little sip of coffee here and look at some of the chat questions. Can you go over silver before you go? Yeah, I can do a quick little silver recap here. Silver for myself, what exactly do we see on the hourly time frame? Give you guys the quick rundown analysis here of silver. What exactly happened on the hourly time frame with silver? Well, we were at all-time highs, and as I mentioned at the start of the stream, if we typically look for continuation signatures, market moves in waves of continuations and retracements. And so here all we see, we have a continuation, retracement. Market doesn't just move in only continuations, right? We never see market continuously for a long period of time or a large segment have just a move without retracements. And so looking for periods of retracements is a way that you can identify potential continuations. And a big way you can do that is by finding imbalances in market. And imbalances are things like fair value gaps, which fair value gaps are a primary one for myself. And so here tapped in this hourly fair value, which then continued higher into these all-time highs. And so just took a small signature here, looking to see a retrace into these all-time highs. Took a partial out, and our secondary contract with NVIDIA news wasn't validated. But went over this stream already. We went over this trade. Great win on gold, great win on silver. But anyways, guys, we are going to get ready here for our next segment soon. So exciting stuff. how silver lasts. Bullish, bullish, bullish. I know, right? It'd be funny if we now trace into these all-time highs after the NVIDIA news invalidation. So, quite the time. So yeah, gold here as well. Resweep out of the Tuesday 10 o'clock low. And so we are seeing some things happen. Again, NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a market mover, guys. We all know this. NVIDIA is a market mover. Definitely a market mover. That is for sure. I mean, look at this. After this 1127, we just saw an immediate continuation of trend, right? News data led to a very, very deep retracement here with a large wick in the opposing side, right? We had a bearish closure, but a very nice bullish wick forming, which of course led to an 1130 expansion higher. And so NVIDIA looking like that little news was a quite little bit of a shakeout before we see this continuation go higher. So too much power it has. It does. Silver and GC recap hourly and 4 hour. Exactly. Let encroach on the next segment. So we are wrapping up here soon, guys. But here we're seeing just a very nice continuation. But yeah, we'll get the next segment started here in just a second. But as we're kind of closing it off, thank you everybody for tuning in again on yet again another very fun Tuesday session. I will be live with MyFunded again next Tuesday. So for those of you that like these type of sessions and want to see more of this, feel free to tune in on Tuesdays and just tune in on the MyFunded streams. We have a very nice group of hosts. We have Bold and Myth hopping on next. And so if you guys haven't already, smash the like button, give them some warm welcomes as they make their way into this next segment. And thank you all so much for tuning in again. I will see you all in the very next stream. So thank you all for tuning in. I'll see you all very soon.
Good morning, y'all. I was trying to get Myth off the lawnmower, and we're having some trouble with that. But moving on, right? We are here. So has anyone traded the indexes or any metals today? That's what I've been working on. I did not nail the short, unfortunately. But I did nail the silver long. So, or I've been bouncing that consolidation. Should we get you guys want Husk back? He was great.
Okay, now I got it there. Now you can hear me.
I hear him.
He's
here somewhere. Got him off the mower.
We're here. I'm still trying to get my chart to reload. Man, my computer just went crazy.
I think that's Murphy's Law of streaming. So if you have an appointment you need to get on your stream for, that's the time.
Yeah, it's just crazy. I don't know what happened there. But we here.
Oh, nice. Colt, he got $200 on the ES today. Let's go. Y'all know I don't love short trading. I'll get them, but I won't get everyone. I did not get the one today. But yeah, I am long right now, so we'll make up for that.
Long looks good. Let's see here.
Since your computer's going crazy, I guess you're probably not in anything right now.
No, not yet. I was in a long earlier.
Get up to this morning?
I was green, but I don't know. I didn't trade very well, so it was kind of
it's the
struggle.
Short. It gets in your head, right? We want to be optimists and make everything head up and go everywhere.
Well, I mean the short. I was participated in the short. I got back green on it, so
I participated in it and I stopped out at break even. So you did even better than I did.
Yeah, that was the thing. This morning it was really kind of like I talked about it. If you go break even, you're going to get stopped out. You really have to put your stop where it needs to be and just leave it there till the target because otherwise it's just not really functioning correctly. It's just coming back and trapping you. All right, we're finally back.
Yeah, so then I waited for this thing to really show the turn, and I'm in it. I don't know if we're really going to go for highs. I'm not trying to do anything crazy, but I'll see if I can get something going, make up for not hitting the morning session big. So
yeah, I was kind of annoyed with myself.
I did hit some silver though, so at least there's that.
Yeah, silver ripped. The opening range did pay again this morning, 30 points. I was only looking for 20. That's the full 2R, and I missed the entry. Didn't get the order down.
I just took some profits on my NASDAQ long, but I'm still in some too. I needed to get paid. So I took some profits coming up into that consolidation from, I guess, right before we opened. And then we'll see if we can see how close to the highs we can get. I'm going to trail this. Okay, go on. Sorry.
No, I'm just kind of looking at this. There's a weird wick showing up here. I know that was
wick.
Yeah, that was not there before, was it?
I have it on my 5-minute. The one on NASDAQ punched down to like 850.
Yeah, apparently, I guess it might have been when I was like trying to get on the stream here. That little wick lower. What was that?
They're saying you've joined the dark side. It does look like it over there.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't have time to set anything up there, so I just,
I am also long ES. I just didn't have this. I was only in one lot, so I'm going to take that one off shortly here. I hope to get 14, but I got my finger on the close button if this candle gets any ideas.
Yeah, 14 seems probable.
I want it. My NASDAQ, I'm just letting go crazy because I had more. I was able to get out of a majority of my position. I didn't just take one, so we'll let that one go have a party. It's still not going to be a big day, but if I have a base hits day, I'm happy. So let's go.
Yeah.
We're at the value area high on NASDAQ right now, reacting to that a little bit, kind of at the 980 level.
This should make the new high, though. It really should. You're kind of coming into that 26,000. You have low resistance liquidity here on the way up. There's no real reason for it not to. 26,009 could be a good target. I'm gonna maybe I'll look to get in on some sort of a pullback if we get one. If we don't, then we'll sit on our hands.
Yeah, for my runner, I want to see if we can do that little move where we pop over 26,000.
Yeah. I think 26,009 is a great target if you want to be safe. That's kind of trading into that order block there as well on the 2-minute. We'll see.
Internet Explorer is looking at yesterday's point of control on ES at 7016. That's an interesting spot too. We also have the previous week's high up there at 17, so I'm expecting some congestion up there for sure. Looks like we kind of hit it a little bit early.
I may get in long here if we can hold the 7,007 on the ES. We'll look to take the long, but
yeah, that's a good spot.
Obviously, we're late to the move. We're late.
A little late.
Just a little late.
I wanted it down when we were reversing. I just didn't have the full reversal until we got a little bit higher. So I didn't even get the ideal entry, but I still think it's fine as long as you have enough meat on the bone where your stop is going to be. So that's how I judged that. When I felt late earlier, I was just making sure that if I have meat on the bone, I'm not really late, right?
Yeah. Well, if you want me to make you feel sick, I was long here. This 1-minute inversion was A+, and I took this long, and it literally, I moved the stop to break even for the sweep of these highs here, which is technically the correct play. But yeah, stop me out, and you can just see what it's done since then. So,
shame.
Yeah. Nice. It is what it is. You miss some. Sometimes you miss. Sometimes you don't. It's okay. So, I would like a little more of a pullback here. Just not quite getting it there. ES is kind of holding up there at the 7,007. I don't know. As soon as I get long here, as soon as I take a little starter, you know what it's going to do. It's going to pull back on me. That's just the nature of the game. So look for a little more of a pullback here. If we can be a little more patient, maybe 960 could be a decent spot to jump in. I don't know though. I don't know that if we get that big of a pullback though, even though it's only 15 points.
I didn't close mine yet because the delta still looks strong on ES. So maybe I gave it a couple points here, but I'm not going to lose money on this trade. So I'm good. And we're still holding VWAP and all that.
Yeah.
The dog just came in here and showed me their toy and then ran off. Like, okay, bro, good job.
The dog says, "Here's my toy. Take a look. See you later." And I'm going to target the 09 area. We'll target like 09, somewhere in there. Be around 30 points if we can get it. Again, I'm late to this, so the stop loss is going to be kind of dynamic. We're not really going to put it in. We're just going to, play it by ear.
Those mental stops.
Yeah.
Straight from the loony bin.
If we lose like 7,004, then I'll probably just get out. Maybe just get out. So, what'd you do over the weekend since I missed you yesterday?
It was I got no rest. I froze. I was watching gymnastics rodeo all weekend. So I'm exhausted, honestly. What were you up to? You looked like you were having more fun.
I went to the beach. We went to Delray
Yeah,
to help my friend Stuart mount a TV. And yeah, it was like so nice. It was 85 degrees and sunny. And then I came back home and it was 50 degrees and we had like 40-mile-per-hour winds. It was insane.
Yeah, that was the part of the problem. It was really windy here, and then it was like 44 degrees or something like that. But in Texas, that's really cold because we have decent humidity. And then this meet was at a coliseum that doesn't have heat. And so it's like all this concrete. It was so cold in there.
They said, "We're going to freeze Barbie out of here. Make her not come back."
Yeah, I don't like the cold. I don't do well in the cold. So I'm still recovering. That wore me out a little.
The thing is, like when I used to work outside, like all the time, cold.
Yeah, you acclimate.
Yeah. But now I'm a weakling when it comes to the cold. Can't do it. So.
Plus, I didn't know it was going to be that cold, so I didn't dress appropriately. I was spirited there, though.
Give you the spirit. Let's go. All right, I'll move my stop to break even on the breach of 26,000.
Here we go. Okay, this is where I'm glad I trusted the level 2 and did not close this because it's still looking like it's going to go. I'm not trusting that we're going to get like all the way back up to 70.36 on ES. Yeah. But NASDAQ is looking like it might do some decent damage over here, huh?
Yeah, looking bull flaggy on the ES right there too on the 1 minute. So kind of squeezing. I think that 09 areas are great. That's kind of the body of the 5-minute candle. This is where I look at the 5-minute candle for my targets. I know a lot of people might find that a little strange, but I like to watch the body, right? So if you got the body sitting there at 09.25, we're going to get a reaction off that level, almost guaranteed. We're not likely to just push through there.
Yeah, Myth is checking out everyone's bodies.
Yeah, got to look at the bodies. What's your body looking like? So I did go to the doctor yesterday. I did find out we got a separated shoulder. So it wasn't a broken collarbone. I thought it was a broken collarbone, but it's not. Separated shoulder.
Like some getting old nonsense?
No, it's so like there's a ligament between your shoulder and your collarbone, and I guess mine is it's separated. So they can do surgery on it, or you can just rest and put on a sling. So I've got the sling on, and we'll be taking it easy. Taking it easy.
I'm going to take this off on ES a little bit before the 14 level just so I can focus back over on my NASDAQ trade. Since
What's
it's
that
bigger one?
What's that Internet Explorer? What are you talking about? I can't read your comment. Let me have Barbie read it out loud for you. Hold on.
Is he talking about the cold or the jorking?
He's talking about, yeah, that's what he's talking about. Oh, goodness. I'm locking in 10 points here, guys. I'm not going to be too crazy about this. I did chase at the end of the day, so.
I'm trailing my NASDAQ here, but because I want to focus on my ES trade and get out of that. So, I mean, Come on, just do it. There we go. Okay, I'm out of the ES. I can focus on the NASDAQ. Right now, my take profit's up here at 24.
Nice.
But I'm going to do the same deal where I'm hovering on the close button in case
Yep.
I don't like that.
Come on, push it up. Get to the 0850. I'm just looking for the 0850 here. I've locked in 20.
I just threw it up there, so that's not really based on anything.
Ding, ding, ding. Let's go. A nice little 30-point winner there, even on a chase. Even on a chase.
There you go.
And that's ES approaching
Come
that
on.
14 now, just tagging the 14.
Yeah. See, I liked it when we broke through the 920s down there, so I've been in for a while.
Yeah, I have. I was long earlier. Like I said, I don't know. I was scalping in on the way up, and then I got stopped out on that one position. Felt bad, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, right?
I was also really watching the VIX that had really great correlation with the indexes this morning. So when it started falling apart and breaking out of some, it was bull flagging, which would be bearish for the indexes. But once that bull flag broke down,
Right.
that's when everything was kind of shaking loose. So yeah, like I said, I was a little bit late to it because I was waiting for that consolidation to show its hands a little bit, but ended up working out pretty nicely over here.
Yeah. Let's go. I mean, great trade, great hold. I mean, I don't know. We could push all the way back up to the 46. I don't see why not.
You think so?
Yeah, potentially.
I felt greedy going for that high, so I just like kind of threw it up there, and that's where it landed. But we'll see.
I mean, we do got a double top up there, so you can see kind of how price is getting that reaction at the body of the 5-minute candle there. It's not just going. That's where it's kind of slowing down and stopping.
Yeah.
So, which also does
I
align
trailed
with,
all the way up to 985 anyway, so
yeah, I think that's probably a good safe spot. That puts you right there, just above the EMA. If we lose 90, you expect a little bit more of a deeper pullback, but doesn't mean it's not going to go right here at the body of the candle. It just means, you know, that's just an area where it messes with my emotions. It plays with my emotions. So I just take it off there. So we don't mess around with it. ICT thinks we're going to 26,142 buy side. Probably right.
that would be nice.
I actually have a lot of wicks up there. If you look up there in the 100s, I mean, we got on the hourly chart, we have a wick at 124, 143, and 154. I thought CPI might take us there if we held that hourly. We held the hourly, but CPI just didn't get us there. It held up at the 26,050 area. So just did not get us there.
Silver's back up towards where its highs are again. So I'm watching that one. I've been pretty into the silver trade today. So
Yes.
it's literally at the highs, looking like it might be looking to break out over here. I've been watching the ETF, so I'm watching SLV. I have some longer trades going on silver right now too, and so it's a little bit easier for me to focus on it that way. But you can definitely day trade silver right now too.
Yeah, silver's in pretty tight range here, just grinding higher, not showing much weakness at all. So, all right,
I've
we're
already
pushing
taken
through.
some profits on silver, but I will take more if I feel like it.
Yeah, why not? I'm not crazy enough to trade silver. That's outside my wheelhouse. We'll leave.
Yeah,
that
I've got an order at the high here, so if we just make one teeny tiny little push higher, it almost got it. I'll take another profit, but when we were consolidating in this earlier, my whole plan was just whenever it dips, buy it, because there is a gap on it on the regular hours, but it really didn't make any effort to retrace any of it. So that was my signal to buy the dips.
Yeah, Animus, this is a seat belt. I'm in my car. I'm driving down the road right now. Driving down the road. That's why I had to blur out the background there. I'm in the car. Now I have on a sling. My left arm is I don't know if you guys can see it. It's glued to my body. We're in an arm sling because every time you raise your arm, basically this thing will re-injure itself. So
you were the perfect guy for Stuart to bring down to help with hanging TVs.
You ain't lying. So you ain't lying. I did all the work too. Did all the work. So, but yeah, so I just got to keep this on for 4 weeks, and I hate it. By the way, I'm not a fan. So thank you. That's why I didn't wear it before. I already had the sling and everything. I just wasn't wearing it. So, typical man, just like, it'll heal on its own. No big deal. We don't need the doctor.
I hit target.
Let's go.
All done. Well, that was on NASDAQ. Okay, so done with ES, done with NASDAQ. I'm still watching the silver, see if it'll break out. Oh, I don't know what I just did. That was cool.
You did fireworks. You threw your arms up and it said, firework time. Let's go.
Apparently. That was fun.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, this market is kind of like, it's been kind of crazy, but these are actually my favorite days. Not the price action this morning right at open. That was very, very choppy.
Yeah, I had a hard time with it too, but it was partly because of the way the CPI candle put in, and then the reaction we got on ES was very different than NASDAQ, and I don't like that. So I had to kind of wait it out. Like, I was ready to turn on the copy trader, go balls to the wall, and I just didn't get the signal to do that.
Yeah, the previous day close trade after 10 did fail today. It gave about 9 points, and then it failed. I didn't move the stop. I did take it, and it failed. And then, of course, we dumped after that. So if you look at the previous day close here, we had a little push up there, 14.75 points, and I had a 10-point stop. And it only gave me 9 points, and then it ripped lower. So she does fail.
We got Carlos in the chat, actually always in the car line. So we need to get him phone trading like Corey.
Where's Carlos? I don't see Carlos.
He's Byte Logic Systems.
Okay.
He likes to be stealthy. Yeah. But he's we got to get the phone, you just put it down, buckle the kid in, you can hit while you're buckling the kid in.
Yeah. I can't do all that. We don't have we don't have the skills to trade on the phone.
Well, Corey has multiple phones. He has said that that's kind of part of the trick, so he can trade and chart on different screens, you see.
Trader Oracle in the house. Oracle's over there near you. He's in the Dallas area, I think.
Let's go.
About 3 hours
Getting
away.
our own exchange.
3 or 4 hours away, maybe.
That's like how Texas works. All the cities are 3 or 4 hours away from each other, except for the extreme ones like El Paso and Laredo and stuff. Laredo's not major.
Yeah, Byte, I do that too. I lurk on my alt, but everyone knows my alt. So, he's in Frisco. I have no idea where that is.
I don't know your alt.
You don't know my alt? Ooh, I can't tell you then. So, yeah, Boba Jump, that's my problem too. Old eyes can't see. Maybe I'll jump into your stream next time, and since you don't know my alt, and start some ruckus and get blocked. Get back in the kitchen, woman.
Yeah, Boba's gonna block you.
You might.
He's got powers.
He probably knows my alt.
He's listening right now.
He probably knows it. It's not a secret what the alt is. Everybody knows.
Husk came and stopped by my stream this morning.
Did he? The trader Husk.
The great Husk Williams.
Yeah. I guess he was trying to say that, the funny thing was, like yesterday when I was kind of joking about the kissing cousins, he never said we weren't. He just said we don't live close to each other.
Exactly.
So even though we grew up together, what's wrong with him? Does he not know he lived in Georgia for, I don't know, 20 years?
I was tempted to argue the semantics with them, but I figured I'd let it go this time.
Yeah, just got to let it go. What can you do? What can you do?
Oh, it is going bullish, though. My goodness.
Anybody
Maybe
still
we are
holding
going to get highs.
Anybody still holding the long here? I don't know. Husk is short for Huskerton. No, that's not his real name, obviously. Come on. He's not going to put his real name on here.
We're supposed to put our social security numbers as our YouTube handles.
I don't know where he came up with that name. I have no idea. Sir Huskerton III. I like it. So, can you participate in the giveaway with another ID? Goku, no, they don't want you to do that. They don't want you to use the alts, and we need everyone to have fair chances. So what's wrong with using your real name, Chris? I think Chris's name is Chris Knuth. I'm not gonna, is that the guy from that Eminem song, Ken Kniff? Are you related to him, Chris? Ken Kniff. Anybody remember that song? Barbie, do you know that song, Barbie?
Mm-mm.
All right, let's
Way
play
too
it.
young.
Let's
Probably.
play it. No, come on now. You know that song. Ken Kniff from Connecticut.
I was watching the MyFundedFutures chat. They're like, yeah, no cheaters in this round. They are serious about that. Y'all got to think about this. These guys that work really hard on these giveaways, that's really annoying, right? And they have time because they're working on giveaways to figure all this out. They're getting y'all. It's actually wildly entertaining.
Yeah, I can't say the names of that song. You guys, if you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. It's okay. It's all right if you don't know it. It's fine. We can't play that song on the stream. No. It's no bueno. Yeah, or you could win. This is another option. You could win the account and then make a derogatory comment towards Barbie, and she could block you.
I didn't even look at the screen name. I just saw disrespect. I was like, I don't want that there. I'm trying to read comments.
Yeah, before you claim your prize. Banhammer. It's fine. It's fine. If you guys hit the like button, let's see. We had 213 on the way in. Are we at like 250? Can we get to 250? We like to push the likes, guys. And we're only at 218. Come on, guys. What's the deal here?
Push it.
Push the like button for us. Share the stream. Let's get it out there.
Make sure Husk liked the stream.
He probably didn't. He probably hit the thumbs down. But guess what? It works the same. Thumbs up or thumbs down doesn't matter. It's still engagement. What means cabooshed? Carathonic.
Well, it either gets cabooshed or kaboomed. So
yeah,
the caboosh would be
it goes down. So yeah, there you go. I think that's an SK saving, right? SK loves that saying.
Yeah, that's him.
You're willing to wash Barbie's Mustang for a 50K rapid. That might be a pretty good deal.
Yeah, especially if somebody gets me a Mustang.
Oh, you don't have one? Never mind.
Not anymore. I have
the Mercedes. Got to be the Mercedes, Debbie. Got to be the Mercedes.
I had the one that got away. There's one that I really regret selling. If I ever found that car, I would figure out a way to buy it on the spot.
Now, Goku is not a cheater. Now, to be fair, if you were a cheater, you would do it in silence. He came out and said, "Hey, you care if I cheat?" He asked, and then they said no. So we don't want you to cheat. That's all. So we can't fault him for that. He asked permission, right?
I'm pretty sure that the next video that comes out, I have to go look at the order. I forget, but I have a video coming out that has lots of car references and does have pictures of my Mustangs. So I'll have to subscribe and watch for that one. It's a trading video. There's just lots of car pictures in it.
I mean, I would show you guys all my vehicles, but they're not that impressive. They're not that impressive. Can't do it. ES is finally breaching that 77,014 there.
Yeah, it's trying. It could definitely keep going. I just wanted the easy trade. That's kind of my whole deal is like, why make it hard and stressful when I could not?
I'm going to be honest. I mean, it's not a whole lot above 7,014, right? What you got? 24?
No, just our new high.
Yeah. I mean,
I was doing that deal this morning where I had to kind of do some mathematical extensions to find some levels above, but.
So, okay. We got a new promo here. 50% off new users, 50%.
New users get the 50% off. Existing gets 30% off.
Yeah, I was about to read that wrong. Reveals at discounted price. Use code YouTube. There you go. I don't even think I realized it was 50%.
A lot of times those really big sales like that, you only have a couple uses. This one's unlimited, so you can hit that one kind of hard.
Get in there, make the purchase.
We really do need to give away some unicorns, right? Not
Why
mine,
not?
though. I'm keeping mine.
I think Ash gave away a unicorn yesterday, right? A unicorn trade. I think I saw him take a winner.
I need to learn what the unicorn trade is in the first place. It's an SMT thing, right?
So I'm not 100% sure. I think they're, it's strongest at a high or a low with an SMT, and it's either, I think it's a breaker with a fair value gap. It's either a breaker or an order block with a fair value gap. I can't remember which one.
So you got consolidation at a low with a imbalance higher.
Yeah,
we did that this morning, didn't we?
SMT at a low, at a higher low, and then you would have to have a displacement and leave a gap. I don't know what time frame he uses.
I do need, yeah, my barn shenanigans could definitely be a reality show. We need to put more cameras up there.
Yeah, I don't,
because I know it's not like planned. So it's usually like go grab Betsy, not go grab a camera. And one day I just there was one on top of the door and I had my Great Pyrenees with me. And she saw it. So I just shook the door, let it fall down. And then yeah.
So I guess technically this probably would have been the long, right? Because you had an SMT at the low. We had a manipulation like lower. This created an SMT. You have a low, a high, a low, a higher high that creates a breaker. And then it trades back into the fair value gap. That's your long. So that should be, I mean, Ash can kind of chime in if he's somewhere around. But yeah, that should be your long there.
This I was thinking we had one set up, but I'm not that familiar with it. So I don't know all the exact rules if it would have triggered or not.
Yeah, it looks like it would have triggered.
We did have that divergence at open, and we had an imbalance higher and all that jazz. So, because I was watching it as a consolidation, I wanted to break for confirmation, but that's basically what a breaker block is. It's just different. I learned it from somebody else.
Yeah, Boba, I trade ICT. I use inversions and stuff like that. No,
I've
always done that.
He's not a disciple.
Yeah.
He's an inspired by.
Yeah, we take some of those trades. I mean, I watch everything. I use anything that makes sense, right? Anything that makes sense. That's what we do. So I don't trade
talk trash about how everyone's stupid if they don't trade breaker blocks.
Correct. Yeah. You trade what you want to trade. Like I could care less what you trade if it works for you. And here's the thing. Anyone who's reasonably intelligent can tell you it doesn't matter what strategy you trade. The strategy actually makes no difference. Your mind, your risk management, your mind, those are the difference makers, your chart time. So the strategy itself does not make you a profitable trader. So it doesn't matter if it's ICT, support resistance, volume profile, doesn't matter if it's any of that stuff. Order flow.
Agree.
Yeah. You can literally do whatever you want. So
can I just give props to my arbitrary exit on NASDAQ at 24.25?
Let's go. Nice close.
Because we went up to 25.75.
Yeah.
Good job, random exit.
ICT followers think otherwise. It's not only ICT followers though, ZQ, because I can tell you there's a few influencers who trade order flow and they swear by order flow and volume profile.
And they will call you stupid if you don't use their lingo. That's what the problem is like you're not dumb if you don't follow one specific methodology.
Yeah, they will say, oh, candlesticks are not how the market works. It's just an arbitrary thing. Yet I see them lose trade too. I see them also lose trades, right? So
yeah.
If you know exactly how the market works, then why are you losing sometimes?
Well, I mean, your edge is the best strategy because everyone has different skills and everything. We're not all robots. Some of us are going to be better at certain things than the others. So you got to find your own edge. You're the own things that you see. The whole breaker block thing, I watched the video. I don't understand it. But the other way it was explained to me through auction theory and consolidations and accumulations, that made sense to me. So that's what stuck, and that's okay. Like it's still, it's all still based on the auction process at the end of the day. You just don't want to be a jerk about it.
I used to trade a breaker strategy, like really a high frequency scalping strategy. a while back on the 5 and 15-second chart using breaker blocks on those charts and using a fib. I don't do it anymore, but yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not the strategy that makes the trader. It's really just risk management and the mental game. So, because
that is what it all
happens-
comes down to. Because yeah, everyone can learn how to read a candlestick chart, but not everyone can learn how to maintain discipline.
Yeah, that's what exactly what I was about to say. What happens on the day when that trade loses, and then your mind says, let me just jump back in, you know, then that has nothing to do with the strategy. That's all you. So you can make money with a 40% win rate if you got the proper risk to reward. Now, that's not something I could do because, you know, I can't stand to lose 4 out of 10, but some people can.
That's why I automate those. That's what I was telling them yesterday about the orb trade, because the win rate's like 55%, but the key is the loss rate is lower. But it's still frustrating to watch it day after day. Like, what? But it is about the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. What up, Trader H? Why some got furious? I don't know. Who got furious? I don't see anything. Who knows?
I was just reading Boba's like psychology isn't his problem anymore. It's Andy.
That's right. But that's also the reason why I always say, like, when people ask me about like how I feel about courses and stuff, I personally think that you shouldn't buy or pay for a course unless you're just someone who is lazy and you want everything packaged for you, right? If you want it packaged for
not
you,
a guarantee that you're going to be able to do it yourself, because if you're lazy, again, you still have to be the one. You can manifest all you want. You still have to push the buttons.
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say with your chart time. Like, you know, there's still things that you're not going to see that the other person's going to see, that they're going to do differently, and vice versa. So
yeah, NASDAQ is why myth is wearing a seatbelt.
yeah, I got to lock in. I got to lock in over here. Oh, got to lock in, guys. Get the seatbelt in. Can't be having that.
Now they say that, it does look like a seatbelt. I love that.
All right. Let me get my seatbelt on, guys. I need what I need over here for the NASDAQ is I need an airbag. You know?
Yeah.
I enter a bad trade, the airbag just hits me in the face.
I got mine.
I don't have one. I get hit my belly. So yeah, we're doing giveaways beyond. They're dropping forums and stuff in the chat occasionally here, I guess. Do we ever
while
trade
we wait
ICT?
for the market to do anything, because we did kind of hit that long trade here. Now we're gonna have another short, maybe. I don't know.
Oracle is headed for the Lear Center in Minnesota. They got a new day trading course.
Yeah, definitely go learn from the Learing Center. But they don't open until 2, so watch out.
You got to hold off.
Yeah, we're doing that kind of quintessential consolidation before the lunch hour here.
Yeah, you also trapping anybody who chased. Luckily, that didn't happen to me.
Yeah, you chased early. Good job.
Yep.
That's why you wear your seatbelt.
Yeah, I had to lock in. We can't be doing that all the time. So we are
You got some winners.
We're up $181 trading one micro today. It's pretty good. It's not bad.
Let's go.
Look at
I've
all
been
those
trying
balloons.
to do more of that too. Because for me, my psychology problem is always in going, using a lot of leverage. I've got plenty of leverage to use. I don't use enough of it. And so my strategy right now is to spread it out and take the smaller trades across more accounts.
I'm going to switch over to the 1 minute here, and I am going to take an aggressive long.
Ooh.
Off this level.
Is this an EMA level here?
Yeah, it's a little 50 play. It's one that I watch sometimes, and I'll take it. So I'm just going to go for 10 quick points here. If we get a retest of 90. And
this is the spot where I was looking to trail heavily up here too, around the 980 level.
And I'll just watch that 68 level. I'll stop out if it pushes below that. It doesn't look like it's even finding any support here. So
let's see. If I'm watching for imbalances, they got to hold 68. Your stop, right?
Well, if it can wick it, I'm okay with it wicking it.
That's the first imbalance, and then the other one's down there closer to the open around 53, which you would not want to take for a little scalp. So
Yeah, it may just get stopped out here, and that's okay. I like to take that first 50 touch, like when we got the EMA spread out like that, and they crossed over. So I figured I'd give it a shot. I figured I would give it a shot. So I'm going to add one here, and then my stop is going to go literally here. So if we get stopped, we get stopped.
Well, I'm going to answer this question in a minute in case this goes. They're asking me about the bot.
Yeah, ES losing the 7 here, so definitely going to get stopped. Yep.
So I actually have several bots. So if you're talking about the Orbi bot, I have that one in NinjaTrader because that's where I connect. I really like NinjaTrader because I can connect to all my different accounts because I trade multiple. I actually have multiple live self-funded accounts and then multiple prop accounts, and I can manage it all in there and copy trade it real easily and run scripts like this. So not all the props allow bots, but MyFundedFutures does. So I have that one set up in NinjaTrader. I do like my options bots are standalone. I have those written in Python, and you can do that with the other bots as well. Is just NinjaTrader makes it pretty easy because you can start and get the foundation with their strategy builder, and then edit it and fine tune it in the code. But you already have that framework. You don't have to start from scratch. On my options bot, I had to start from zero code. It was really hard.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't used bots in quite a while. I mean, but I don't mind them. If you can find one that works for you.
I think it's the same with anything else. People try to over leverage. They're like, oh, it's a bot. It's going to do everything for me. It's going to be easy. But bots will test your patience more. And I actually think you need to give them more drawdown. I need more drawdown with the bot than I do with my own trading because I can make more judgment calls on the health of the account myself than I can program into a bot.
Congratulations, 44 the Punisher. Sorry, you already won.
Let's go.
Reroll.
We're re-rolling, but I'm gonna do some. Yeah, we got balloons and confetti. I don't even know how to do that normally.
Punisher on a roll today.
You need to be trading the market with that kind of luck, right?
Yeah, get in there. Go buy a lottery ticket. Do something. Lottery tickets for the win. Yeah, I could have tried to like average in and work out of that trade. Probably would have been fine, but I'd rather just keep a stop in. It's okay with taking a loss sometimes.
Oh, and I actually don't think very much of the automations in TradingView. I know other people use them. It's just me personally, I didn't like the way it works, so I don't work with those at all. That was the last part of your question. I was just looking, make sure I didn't miss anything.
Now she wants to bounce. You dirty girl. Well, I'm over here. I still got my chart on silver.
Well, I was watching the open. I have the open at 9. The price just went over the top of it, but it was like 53 something. And so I was watching to see if we're going to try to hold that. I mean, that's between going green on the day and not. ES is below the open, so ES is red on the day.
NASDAQ is right there at it. Barely green.
Silver is still consolidating, so I think I'm probably done with that one for day trading, and I'm just going to see if I get my breakout trade for my runners and my longer term thing that I was working on.
I mean, if we get a pullback, I mean, I could maybe stab again at 942 if I wanted to give it a shot. I don't know that I do. I don't know that I want to give it a try. Stop would have to be 894, so that's about a 48 point stop's pretty wide, even with a micro. Pretty wide. We're at the 50 EMA there on the 2-minute chart, holding up that close in the open price for now. See if we get one more shove lower here. ES back tested the 7,002. I think that key area for ES is that 69.98. If we get back below that, then there's danger. Danger. Punisher dedicates his win to Methodical Man. You the man. Let's go.
Let's go, Punisher. And that wasn't the last one either.
Winners receive credentials automatically. Let's go. We got one more form today, guys. Times 10. Since we only got a few minutes left in the segment here, I guess we can talk about what we're eating today. We're going to have some egg sandwiches for lunch. What do you guys think?
Oh, I haven't even figured it out yet.
Egg sandwiches it is for me. I got everything I needed. I need to make it.
Are you still gonna be on a partial egg diet? Are we still into eggs?
Nah, I'm just eating eggs today. It has nothing to do with a diet. Or nothing to do with an egg diet.
You need the shoulder healing diet.
I need something. Anybody can get in there with something. Show me how to heal
I'm
it.
sick of injuries with these kids around here. That's why I've already been to minor emergency and doctor's offices with kids this year. Like, oh my God.
Now she's
I guess
going.
you're having to do it too.
Yeah.
The NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Yeah, there she goes. I was distracted by silver again.
Yeah, still back
Not
there.
doing anything too interesting yet.
The thing yet, I don't know
that it bounced right off that open almost.
Yeah. I don't know if it pulled back far enough though.
I could have seen that spot. I mean, I did kind of see it, but it was just too aggressive for me for a small win, so it wasn't super interesting.
Yeah,
but it's popping off of that nice. Like if I knew it was going to pop fast, I would have taken it. But I thought it might be one of those slow things and less probable.
It bounced off the 21 EMA there on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Boba Jum, where are your organic pasture raised eggs at? He's asking Bike. Tore her cheek.
I noticed on ES that we're holding VWAP still, so they are really trying to hold it bullish even after CPI and everything. So that's interesting. Oh, we didn't mention this, but we do have Trump coming on at 2 o'clock Eastern.
So
says
3 o'clock.
that he will. No, because this should be.
I was just saying he'll be late.
Yeah, 3 o'clock. It is 3. I thought this was in. I thought I had this converted to Eastern actually, but you're right. So it says Trump's going to talk about the economy in Detroit. I would expect some Powell zingers.
Yeah.
He's already posted about Powell, Mr. Too Late.
There is a 2 minute long or 5 minute long setup here, but your stop's got to be about 50 points. Would it be a 1-to-1? Your first target's only 29 points away. Your second target is 51 points away.
I confirm that is 2 Eastern.
Yeah, 2 Eastern. I was just making a joke about him being late.
Oh.
Because he's always
I have
late.
to check too, because I have some things in Central and some things in Eastern. Drive myself crazy.
Oh, somebody showed me this last night. Let me put it on here for you guys. All right, let me try to do it here. Hold on, I got to press Control, and we go there. I didn't know you could do this on Quant Tower, so you can get a little. What do you call it? Why is it not wide? How do I make it wider? All right, I didn't make it very wide here.
We need some more girth, please.
Yeah, I don't know how to make it wider. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. But anyways, if it got back above that high, that would be your risk to reward. I don't know how to make it wider. It's all about the girth, I heard. Let's see here. Try it again. See, I have to hold the control button down, I think, to do it right. So let's see. There we go. Make it the wide like that this time. There we go. So that will show you your risk to reward is kind of a 1-to-1. But obviously it didn't trigger. Didn't get back above there yet. It did not trigger.
I think we're gonna chop. That's what I'm trying. I was trolling around trying to see what kind of signals I'm getting, and it's looking chop, chop, chop. Go do something fun this afternoon, please, Barbie.
Well, this is kind of what I was saying here. Like I didn't think it didn't push low enough, because to me, like you really need to balance this 5-minute gap here at a minimum. You can see we did not do that on that push down. So it could be an okay buy zone there, but I don't know. If you put in kind of might put in an order block here on the 5-minute, this thing could just push down lower. Triple top, go lower. I don't know.
I think if you're going to keep trading, you just have to not expect the big plays and the big follow-throughs, and just be real picky about buying the bottoms of ranges and selling the tops.
Yeah.
So you have a little bit of room. Silver's still consolidating too. I'm sitting here kind of positioned for this breakout if it happens. I've already taken some profits, so I'm kind of comfortable with this. I don't think I would be trying to take a new entry up here. So it's kind of getting quieter out there.
Yeah, silver just chopping around. It failed to make a new high there as well. Did gold? Gold's kind of already a little bit weaker already. So maybe silver is going to kind of follow suit there. Maybe a bit of a pullback. Maybe, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see.
We do got Matt coming up here in a few minutes, guys. Get ready for that. At 12:30, I will be headed out to get some food. Not out. I'm going to head into the kitchen to make some food.
You're gonna drive your chair in there with your seatbelt?
Yeah, I got to roll in there. Roll in there. Make some food, and then I'll be out. So this 2-minute would still be valid if it triggered. It's just a little bit scary. Actually, you know what? It's not even valid now that I look at it. We didn't make a new high.
Yeah, Bubba's talking about a challenge a couple guys in the trading ranch are doing, which is just being very picky and just taking a trade or two a day, and that's it. Really hard stop on that. And they're having some good luck with it if you want to try anything like that.
Thank you, Colt Treester, for being here. We appreciate you. My stomach is
I hope that
growling.
y'all had some good trades. I mean, we had a good opportunity short and a good opportunity long. So whatever your style of trading is, hopefully we're able to get a piece of this today.
Yeah. Well, all right, everybody. That's going to do it for Barbie and I. We will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. My week's all messed up already. So we do appreciate you guys watching.
It's time to get back in the groove, though. You got your seatbelt on. You look ready.
Yeah, get the belt on. If you guys haven't already hit that like button for us, subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. We'll see you next time.
That's here and on our next channels as well.
Yeah.
Muted. My bad. We're back. We're back. Howdy. Get those rockets in chat. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How's it going? I should be back. Okay. Hello. Hello. How's it going? Can y'all hear now? We should be good. Hold on. Thumbs up if we're good. Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, guys. MyFunded TV. Yo, what's up? What is going on with this trading day today? More NVIDIA news up and down. First and foremost, I'm up $55,000 today. $46.7 thousand in my personal live account here. Yeah, I've been crushing it all day today. So this has been a fun day, but hold on. Something's going on. The minute I get here, something's going on with the news here. Gonna figure out what's going on. Probably some more NVIDIA chip related, China related. Who knows what's going on here? The U.S. could take action on Greenland in weeks or months. What the heck? What does that have to do with the stock market? I don't even know. I can't even tell. Anyways, guys. All right, some dubs in chat. Yo, what's up? Friends, how's it going? Thank you. Love that. Rockets in chat, some dubs in chat, 50K P&L. Yeah, it's been kind of a good day. I took the trade last night. Such a simple setup. We opened, I didn't do anything. We fell all the way down to the 7,000 area on the S&P, which is very close to overnight monthly hedge pressure dynamic, one of my favorite places to long from. And so I just piled into a really strong position here, like right on that dip of 25 contracts. And then I just went to bed. And then I had to stop basically right here. And then when I woke up, it was like, and then I closed out. Oh, sorry, I was trading NASDAQ, sorry. I had to stop equivalently, so like right down in here. And then whenever I came in CPI, we bumped right up to 33, which is my exit target, and just close it out. Slightly below it. But anyways, that was that part of the trade. It was about 38,000 on that. And then basically after that, we dipped here. I took some scalps there, some scalps here. And then when we fell, I took the scalp from here to here and then closed out. And then I thought about, I bought a long one more time for that. And then I talked myself out of it like 2 minutes before this red candle came out. It was kind of funny. And then this happened. I just haven't done anything since, just sitting here waiting on it, watching it. China restricting NVIDIA's purchases to like special circumstances only. That was this thing. And now apparently we're going to war with Greenland in a couple days or weeks or months. Who knows? I don't know. Are we starting like a world war over Greenland or something? I don't really know how it's going to affect the market. But the market a little shaky on that news there. Yeah. Hold on one second. Let me test out the sound. I don't know. Are we starting like a world war over Greenland or something? Okay. Sorry, I had to turn my check the sound there. Sounds good. Anyways, yeah, that's it. So that was my day. Mostly long setups. All long setups. Yeah, it was all long setups today. And then, of course, some of my prop accounts down here, those are all up a little bit. I didn't trade most of those throughout the day. I just grabbed initial trades on those last night as well. And I did not trade into CPI. Those I traded last night. So like on that, I just took profit on. Other than that, pretty solid. Orange Chicken said, because you land your boat there doesn't mean that's your land. Greenland. What are y'all talking about? Oh, Greenland right now. Okay. What is going on? So apparently we're going to possibly see some action in Greenland. Somebody said, could we move there? If the U.S. just takes it or annexes it or makes a deal for it, will it become a new state, a territory, maybe a territory? Can we move there for tax breaks like Puerto Rico? Sounds peaceful out there. Anyways, hopefully whatever's happening, we pray for peace, peaceful resolve to whatever this is, but it doesn't turn anything serious. Anyways, how are you guys doing today? Has it been a hard trading day for y'all? It's been an easy trading day. What's today been like? It's probably nightmarish for some people. I think chasing either side has been really damaging. I just happened to catch the bottoms at the right time, and I haven't really been trying to predict the market from this kind of middle area here. I think that yesterday was confirmation that we finally have that really strong bull appetite. I'm going to say with all this action we see, I'm still not against the idea that we're going to go back to highs anytime soon. VIX is in decay. We're good. NVIDIA, man, what a run up, right? The idea that China could buy some chips under special circumstances, the whole yes, no, we'll buy chips, no, we won't. Picking up some steam, but for whatever reason, man, NVIDIA is just like no longer popular amongst traders. People are clearly accumulating it, but there's just no, the people that jumping into it are like, you know, not really giving it enough steam to push. I don't know if it's just waiting for like this earnings season coming up, like in a month or so. NVIDIA, I think, has its earnings. It's usually the last one of the big tech, and it's at the end of all of them. I mean, maybe earnings are just going to be horrible for it. Who knows? Like with all this up and down with China, maybe that's affecting that thought process. Nobody wants to buy here. Instead, they want to buy at 150 or something. I don't even know. But until we get that steam on that, we're not going to really get a lot of steam on the NASDAQ. And we've just been sort of inching higher since the big December sell-off. So like it's been a whole month for us to move 100 points on the NASDAQ. So yesterday was the first time in a long time that it felt like the bull market was back. It was a day where everything went up. There was no rotation. Everything just went up. Gold went up. Silver went up. Stocks went up. Tech stocks went up. Everything went up. So it felt really good. And now maybe this pre-CPI sort of like short squeezing or whatever that caused it to happen. But it did feel like for the first time in months, the bull market was back, which like made me happy, right? Love seeing bull markets. So easy to trade relative to like that crap that we had in December, which was kind of a nightmare. Anyways. Oops, hold on. My indicators disappeared. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Anyways, today we opened flat. You know, obviously we opened at 9:30 today, exactly where we closed yesterday on the NASDAQ. S&P slightly different, but I mean pretty much flat-ish. And we are pretty much back to where we started. So all this travel to really go nowhere. But I mean, it's such a good trading day though. So much movement today. You're kind of like, Trump says so much stuff, and you're kind of like, chill, Mr. President. I'm trying to trade here. I know, right? We almost missed the gentle Biden rally that had no, I don't think in like 4 years, that guy said one thing to ever move the stock market in a way that shocked you. Like Biden was so benign when it came to like, you know, his presence and bullying and shaking things up. Trump was on the first administration, was like a weekly basis, man. You were like following the guy like a hawk. He would say something, the market would just fly all over the place. It's a weekly thing. Kind of miss those boring old Biden days, right? At least the market was somewhat more predictable. With Trump, he wants the market to go up, but then he does things to make it go down. Then it's kind of like, okay, well, how do we trade this? All right. Anyways, all right. So today we are slamming between two key pivots we've been fighting for a long time: 7017 and 7,000 on S&P. This has been this like bounce point forever. Nasdaq, the same thing, 26,000, tapping it again and pulling back. The Nasdaq is having a hard time moving until NVIDIA starts to really, you know, pick up some steam and big tech starts to move a lot. I don't think we're going to get strong momentum in NASDAQ, but I was hoping today would produce that by the end of the day. Some said by the time Biden said hello, the crowd was already asleep. It's kind of a mild presidency when it comes to stock market stuff. Rock Scooter, 100% designed for days like this. Oh yeah, dude, it was scalper's paradise here. We had MHP support, bear zone trap between two bull zones, AV trade, like all the way through the top. That was good. We had that same thing, bull zone bounces, liquidity pocket trade. I mean, this was just like textbook. Every one of my trades took off, which was good. It was good. I don't want to risk anything, but I like what I see. I like this market. I'm still debating on if I wanted to pop any kind of end of the day sort of play. I'm not really sure though. I'm going to tell you guys though, today, the end of the day is going to be a shock to everybody. It is very possible, and I mean very possible, that this ends up down here and just stays low with no bounce. It's also very possible that this somehow gets some kind of news that does this and this and like this and keeps going with no bounce like Nasdaq tried to do. I'm kind of torn on the fence of both sides. I'm leaning to the bull side. Our indications, DD ratio, everything is looking pretty solid. Bull side, we're above monthly hedge pressure. It's bullish. Monthly maps, let's explore that. Monthly maps are a way to take a look at the market months in advance. And you can see that changing, that distribution of the risk and the options here. You can see how the S&P is sort of built over the next months. And when you see this like dark gray box sloping down a little bit, it's very bullish. And then the top of the light gray boxes are also sloping down. The bears are liquidating. So this is the bear side of the market and the bull side of the market. Let me make it a little bigger for y'all. The bottom of these dark gray boxes are sloping down over this week, and the top of the light gray also sloping down. Bears are getting out of shorts. Bulls are going longer in the market. So this shows a strong week, but then like a weak follow-up week. So leading into earnings season, it's like a little weaker, like people are ready to take profit. So it's not as strong and bullish as we want it to be, but it's definitely not bad yet. So S&P's option structure still shows a bull market. Nothing's crazy yet. But does that mean we're going to get one? If people start dumping tech stocks still, it's still going to keep selling off. Do I want to take the long from here that we do finish up to the highs today? Absolutely not. No, I'm kind of flat. Do I want to short theirs for the market to sell off? Well, I don't have evidence it's going to sell off either, right? We're kind of stuck between those two spots. The downside does feel like what it wants to do. Kind of go a little lower, but that's it. Can I stream from Greenland? Oh, heck yeah. It's cold up there, though. I need to give me some winter clothes. Hopefully the Wi-Fi is maybe better than my internet here at the house. Probably a headline dump. Yeah, like today the market's been extremely sensitive to headlines, right? So I think the headlines will produce opportunities today. Is a 90-10 split rapid plan only? Yeah, it's only the rapid plan, but it's wall funded. And when you go live, that 90-10 carries over to the live account too, which is kind of neat once you go live. They got Starlink in Greenland. Heck yeah. VVIX almost up 400%. Let's talk about VIX and VVIX today. This is part of my concern as well. VVIX is up quite a bit today, and that's really why the market's been so sensitive. We jumped up from 88 to almost 100, right? Huge move in VVIX. Now VIX itself is all over the place because of that, right? The VIX is up and down and up again. I wouldn't. Like I said, it's so sensitive. The market is extremely sensitive today. Well, actually, it's up. Wait, no. It was up. Sorry, this was Friday. So Friday was at 88. Monday was at 94. Today was at 99. That's some pretty substantial footwork on the VVIX there, which means VIX itself is going to be loose and more able to easily move, which means the market's going to basically hiccup every single time a news event comes out and just pump and dump all over the place. That high VVIX is the reason you're getting these FU candles come out of nowhere. Well, the question is, do I want to long at this bear zone tap? Chat. Famous last words. Should I be okay with $46.7 thousand that I made in 20 seconds? Or should I risk it for 50? What should I do today? Should I full port long it? Should I just walk away and take it easy? I was scalping smaller amounts, 4 contracts, 10 contracts. Okay, so another thing is MHP res positive. Could I take the MHP long? I can, right? I very much can. I'm still working through NinjaTrader. My DOM is still frozen on ES H6, so that glitch is still there. Boy, like, if this falls to there, I might long MHP one more time with a higher low. I think that's more appetizing to me than anything. If this somehow makes its way to here, then I'll be willing to make that trade one more time. That'd be kind of nice. If I get that trade 2 times in a row, then I'm just the luckiest guy in the world. Double it. I like how you guys think. Take a small position at S&P MHP. Yeah, that's probably worth it. Am I going for $1 million? I don't really have a target in this account. I just decided to keep trading just to trade it straight up. You guys wanted me to go to $1 million just to show off. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. Has anybody here ever watched a trader go to $1 million on stream before? Y'all want to see that? It's not my usual to keep that much in the account, at least starting where I started. I usually take out along the way, but for y'all's entertainment, $1 billion. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Okay. I'm a quarter of the way pretty much there. Somebody said Matt is a douche. Which Matt? This one? Well, yeah, I mean, if I'm a trader, it's part of the territory. What's monthly hedge pressure? It's the maximum gamma exposure of dealer options. Somebody said Matt is a douche. I'd happily box him up. Like boxing? Oh my gosh. Boxing sounds fun. He's a boutique douche. I'm a bougie douche. I'm douchey. Struggling so bad right now. Do you see someone else win big would absolutely be amazing? What, Chris, what's making you struggle right now? Like in trading or just in life in general? Is that a deeper question than trading? How do I determine hedge pressure, where to find it? So it's part of the Rocket Scooter suite of tools. It looks at the options market, and as the options orders come through, it's got a filtration process that finds where dealer options are, and it calculates the maximum gamma exposure of dealer sold options to market makers of the underlying. And then we take that information. Monthly hedge pressure is just a really rock solid high volume pivot that today was like where I was longing from this morning on that dip. This pivot right here is a really solid pivot to trade off of. And S&P has one right there as well. How can you learn more about our stuff? We have here, you can go here. Somebody keeps asking about it. Hold on. The tools are explained here. Check it out. I'll post a link in chat for you. So we're basically a suite of gamma exposure and arbitrage based tools that's completely unique and different. There's nothing out there really like it. It's a whole different view of the futures market, because looking at underlying structure based on options is actually a rigid structure. A lot of people just look at price action and try to determine structure from the candles. You're missing out a whole lot of information there. So this is a way to utilize the clues left in options. Like imagine like if I wanted to buy 1 million shares of stock. So I bought like 10,000 calls, right, that expire on Friday, and those calls are in the money. I've announced to the world on Friday, I want 1 million shares at this price, right? So I've revealed my hand to everyone in Wall Street because I hold those calls. The example being that options are a packet of data that reveals everybody's intent on what they want to be doing at a point in time. All that math of where they want to be at a point in time allows you to calculate all kind of neat things, particularly order flow. And the order flow on the market is what we calculate here. We can extract from that information where order flow will be high volume pivots basically from options. long story short, it's pretty kick-ass. A high probability balances and everything. They're really nice. So I'll answer your question a little bit. Chris saying you're getting better with trading, passing evals now after 6 months with slow oversized and foolish gambles. Don't be discouraged, man. 6 months and you're passing evals, I think is a great milestone. Remember, people like even me, it's years before I even considered myself, satisfied with my performance. I mean, 6 months and still able to pass something, you're on a great track. So I wouldn't be concerned with a pace like that. You're on track. So just keep working. Like the longer you do it, the better you get at controlling yourself, controlling your emotions and everything, and learning not to be foolish and oversized, like you stated. Just comes with experience. Yep. That's it. Wait, don't yawn. Did I yawn? I don't know why I'm so tired. I'm back at I'm not tired like sleepy tired. I'm just tired. I've been adding some new things to my diet. So now I'm like working out every day. This is my new thing. And I'm playing golf more often. I'm playing tennis now too. So I'm trying to like stay active. So I'm just kind of like tired from like running around being sore. Somebody said in chat, oh, I love this. I love when the trolls come out. Matt copies Pat Whelan in life. That's what somebody said. I love that. Everything about him, his attitude, even his attitude. He got me. I don't go fishing. What are you talking about? Where'd that come from? Y'all are so funny. Am I feeling tired? I think I'm tired of winning. That's the part. No, I think it's today. I'm just like a little, I think today I'm just exhausted from all the working out. I did a double dose yesterday. Also was up till like 1 a.m. too, but I was making pizza dough because we're gonna make pizza tonight from scratch. I have my pizza dough proof, and so I was up making dough. I know it sounds really exciting, right? Okay, should I take the bears on top NASDAQ? One more trade? No. Wait for MHP. Wait for MHP. Wait for MHP. Wait for it, Matt. S&P MHP break too. So, if I just file one contract, that wouldn't really kill me. One here, 3 more there, stop out below. I'm playing with $2,000 at this point. Your energized will take your winnings, so you can take your losing ones. All right, I'll trade you. Matt, you commend you for how I handle some of the guys in here, some of the troll folks. It's just one person. That person's been harassing and stalking me for years. That's life. It happens all the time. But the thing about like being in a performance sense, you're on stage as a comedian or your actor or whatever. There's always people. Look, there's always a guy from the stands. This is my kind of saying in life, right? There's always a guy from the stands, watching, Michael Jordan dunk. Don't do that. No, that's the wrong thing. God, you suck. You're the worst person at dunking ever. No, why didn't you pass? Like way up in the guy came, in the nosebleed section, yelling at all the players, yelling at them like they know better, from the sidelines. The crazy part about that is you think they hear you and they don't even know you exist. And they're the ones making the big bucks, dunking the ball. And, the guy, why did you swing the bat? Throw the ball, you're not, in all honesty, you're not making a difference in the world at all being that kind of person. Nobody knows you exist and nobody ever will know you exist. And the shadows can be a dark and lonely place, just makes people angry. But as the performer, I just laugh it off and don't even care because, it just reminds you every day how big we got. So it's kind of nice to stare at that fact. And it's kind of nice to know that happens. And nothing bothers me because I don't ever really care. You say bald Michael short gambler is not better than LeBron the GOAT James. I have that debate here. Who's the better ball player? LeBron or Jordan or Steph Curry or Kobe? Who's y'all's favorite? I don't know if this about speaking of sports. How about them Texans though? What's up? Did y'all watch the game last night? Did y'all watch the wild card round? Kind of nice. Although we'll probably choke in the long run. You prefer Jordan, but honestly, LeBron's probably the best player ever. I'm kind of torn on who I think is better. Was I always a sports guy? Growing up, I was, yeah. So in Texas, right? When you play, when you're in Texas, like football is such a big deal, especially high school football here. And they start to groom and train quarterbacks literally from like age 4. So when I was in Little League, I was actually the quarterback all the way through up until high school. I stopped playing when I got to junior highs, like my last years of playing football. I was quarterback all those years, and I played football. It was like my favorite sport. And I kind of took my brother also played baseball. So my brother actually went pro playing baseball. And I was pretty good at football, but I also chose the academic route rather than the sports route. I didn't have time in my schedule to do everything. But I got tons of pictures of like little old me in my football days when I was a kiddo. Somebody said I was definitely groomed by old men. Man, that's really clever. You should probably rent a parka and get some Sherpas to take you to the top of the mountain. You can go put a sign on top of Mount Cleverest. That was so fucking clever. I'll tell you. Hire an expedition. MHP, wow, let's go. Yeah, I added 2 contracts to MHP for a 3 spot. Don't forget to like the stream, you guys. Okay, fingers crossed here. Not too certain it bounces, but I'll take the hit anyways on it. Just a 3 spot. By the way, if you guys haven't been tuning in, my YouTube channel surpassed 100,000 views on Friday, 100,000 subscribers on Friday, which is fantastic. Am I on like micros or something? Wait, what is my entry here? Oh, no, 877. Okay, I was like wondering. Oh, I'm only in 3. That's why I was like, why is it moving so slow? My entry could be a whole lot better. So let me add to it closer to MHP. We're getting a lot of movement here. Am I going to apply for the plaque? I don't think you have to apply for it. They just send it automatically. The silver play button. After some time, they reach out to you with a request to, or they reach out and they're like, we're reviewing your channel, blah, blah, blah. And then they review your channel and they offer it to you. I don't think you have to apply for it. I'll have to double check it though. What I have to actually do for it. Okay. Come on, NASDAQ. Don't break our hearts here. Same thing as earlier. Okay, just get a little lower. Give me a little red overshooty. Let's see if we hold this. Chances are probably not. The way the price action today has just been nuts. But it'd be kind of great if this just does another take from here to here a second time. We just get that same run up. God, that'd be so much fun. All right, so that's it. So I have 857 long, 40 point stop, 2-to-1 trade, 4 contracts. It's not that much. It's 2,000-3,000 if I'm wrong, 2,000-3,000 if I'm right. Yeah, you think we're going to get a win here? Knowing my luck today, probably not going to work. They're talking to me in chat. Hold on. Check, check, check. It's working on my end. Yeah, I guess something happened on the back end here. Sorry about that, you guys. All right, let me repeat what I was saying a third time. I was practicing my miming skills. No, but seriously though, like No idea. Mute money with Matt. LOL. How to make money in perfect silence. That's the way to do it. Okay, so like I said, Nvidia has been like a turd of a stock. Nobody wants it. Ever since like Michael Berry opened his mouth about the tech bubble, Nvidia has just been sort of dying. And if I was showing you guys earlier, you know, I don't know if that's what sparked people, but I think the reveal in October was that like, okay, maybe there's a bubble-ish, but nobody really wants to jump in on it. That's the only scalp I wanted to get, by the way. Literally this. Should I just hold through it? But I was saying Nvidia went all the way up and then came all the way down. Like, this is how good MHP is. MHP every single time. That's not the song, but that could be the song. Just scalping for fun. Let's trim it down to 2. You still can't hear anything. What is going on? This Matt always messes up. Yeah, I know. This Matt's always the unlucky one. But anyways, today's Nvidia up and then down. Oh my God. No, it's not their fault in chat. Trust me. It's something's going on with the back end of the show where it's the connection was a little wonky today. But you guys can hear me good, right? We're back. Next time, if the sound is gone, I'll just like, you know, I'll try to signal with you guys with hand signals. That's it. Okay. Bought an MHP with 4, trimmed out the 2, holding on to that. Just to have a end of the day bull gamble that we break above 900 and hold. Make signals with my hands. Like, what was it? Like, whenever you're on the floor, whenever you want to buy, it's 10, 20, 30, 40. And I think it's like 100, 200, 300, 400. Buy is facing you, sell is away from you. I don't know all the hand signals from the floor, but those are the ones I do remember. Sell 50, sell 50. Buy 500, buy 500. Lick the space between your fingers for long and lick the fingers for short. That's awesome. If that's the clip y'all get of me, if I ever do that, I'll never be able to live that down. I'll never be able to work on Wall Street again, or maybe I'll get double the jobs on Wall Street. Hugo would know the signs. There's only one sign for Hugo, and that's shorting the 95s. That's it. Write it on the chart. Yeah. So anyways, this like witch's hat looking pattern. Let's give it a name. This is like Halloween witch's hat. Look at this, dude. This Nvidia chart is about to find out if you're going to Gryffindor or Slytherin. Look at this thing right here. Like, I don't even know what to say about Nvidia today. It's crazy. And honestly, I'm a little on the fence here how this is going to end up. How could you, my pretty? And your little dog, too. Oh, dude. Crazy, right? What was her name? Margaret Hamilton from Wizard of Oz? Dude. I heard that scene that she got burned really bad. The scene where she disappears and that thing, the smoke comes over her. Anyways, where's GF? I don't know. Probably. I heard a motorcycle out front. It sounded like a Harley. It's like she took off with somebody. Wall Street's messing with you guys. Yeah, whatever it is. But this is also like, you know, a possible bull pivot. 185 was that big fighting area that Nvidia has been kind of like hovering at for the longest time too. I mean, it's just not found. And what I don't like is the way the VIX is starting to pick up some steam either, which I'm not really excited about the trade that I'm in. Should I be concerned about the Harley that I heard outside? I would say that 185 was that key level here. $185. The Harley is calling to me. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Can we take advantage on NQ with NVIDIA because it's clearly moving the most? I just say that, like, it's just, NVIDIA's like, I always talk about it a lot. It's just a sign for the appetite for this sector, right? For the AI type stuff. And the appetite for AI is kind of muted until earnings, which is what it feels like. We're going to keep having days where it pops and drops and drops and pops until things start to pick up some steam. We've been slowly drifting down since Christmas time from about the 190 level now to the 185. And 185 being that earlier support-ish area is now like essentially the consolidation area. It's gotten like slightly worse, but hasn't gotten like that much better. Slightly worse. Yeah. You hate the trailing stop sometimes. I personally, and I'm not talking you guys out of using trailing stops. Any kind of stop or trailing stop is good. I hate trailing stops and never, ever, ever use them. I have a rigid stop. I get an all or nothing trade. I'm never in the boat of like letting the market just like arbitrarily lock in some profit on the way up. I lock in profit strategically at a certain level for a reason, and I take a stop at a certain level for a reason. The reason I don't like trailing stops personally doesn't mean they're not good. They're hard to maintain. An example is if the market is moving and chopping along, then ideally you're going to want your trailing stop to be enough that the chop doesn't stop you out early. And so you have to have a really good gauge of how much volatility there is in the market. If your stop is too tight, then you lock in profit too early. If your stop is too loose, then you manage giving up most of it back. So the kind of the distance between like how far you trail is almost like an art form. This is the crazy part here. Don't forget to hit that like button, you guys. 564 people watching today. Wow, very, 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 very cool. Love it. 2 contracts long right now, $47,800 today. Not bad. I told a story today of, let me tell you some times in life. I'll repeat the story I told in my stream today. When I was a kid, right, I had no money. You know, I went to school on a scholarship, but I didn't pay for everything. I had a couple scholarships, actually. I still had the, living expenses and stuff. I had no money. My parents are both like working class folks. We didn't have much growing up. I had no sense of money, And so I worked, at one point I had 3 jobs at one time while I was in school. And I was double majoring in chemical engineering and biology. And I was going to pre-med to be a doctor. It was my whole path. And I was like working those 3 jobs, doing those 2 majors and working my butt off. The first job I ever got out of school, I always tell the story. First job I ever got out of school as an engineer was this giant like engineering company. And, in 2005, it's probably laughable now, but this was a Kimmy's salary starting in 2005 was $56,000. And I remember coming from nothing and jumping into that thinking that I was wealthy beyond all means. I was like, yes, this is what I worked for, worked my butt off. Now I can have a house and now I can have a car. I can have a cool, chill life. And, that was the first time in life I really had felt like, because the money never meant much to me, but it's the first time in life I felt like I had worked for something and made it. And I was like, I've made it. This is great. And I was a kid, I was 23 years old at the time. I'm sure engineers right now probably graduate, probably make 60 or 70,000. The starting salary for engineers probably much, much, much higher, 20 years later. With 56,000 at the time, had a car payment that was probably like $600. Had an apartment rent that was like $2,000. And so I was living good. And never again, because I never really had this like love or desire or sense of what money even was, because I never really had much of it. And I never really felt that I made it sense again. Like in life, I'm like, I've actually made it. Even through trading, through anything else, until I finally made $56,000 in one day, my first time I ever did it. I remember having this like epiphany as a trader. There was a day where I made a little bit over that, and I was eye-opening to me. I was like, wow, this was the first job I ever had, a year's worth of work that I popped out in a day worth of trading. And that was the one time it really hit me that trading was actually, I was like, I feel like I've made it in trading, even though I've been making it. It was like some kind of weird eye-opening, like epiphany, weird moment that I had whenever I was a kid. The reason I'm telling you that story is because there's no such thing as making it in life. Life is a series of events relative to yourself. What's meaningful to you is that you produce something that's a goal or something that you want to do for yourself. I never really set out a goal in my life. I want to be rich. I want to be wealthy. It was never a goal of mine. Goal of mine was I want to be happy and do something cool in life and do something people remember me by, or do something that makes something useful. My original path was to be pre-med, to be a doctor. And when I was studying for the MCAT, I decided that I didn't love medicine. And I really, my real thing was like, I don't really like people. I mean, I love you guys, but I don't really like people in general. I'm like, I don't think I want to spend my life helping people with problems that a lot of them they can help themselves with, like a lot of people are just unhealthy and cause a lot of issues themselves. And then I was like, I don't want to kind of be a parent to a bunch of people that I'm like, well, if you maybe, lost 40 pounds, it would help you with your diabetes and stuff like that, and then people, you're always kind of coaching people that don't want to help themselves. And I saw that as a dead end in my career and when I was young. I was like, man, I'm going to hate myself if I try so hard for people that don't want to help themselves. And I said, but I want to do something that's meaningful. And I was like, but being a neurosurgeon, which I want to do, will help people that may have issues they can't fix themselves. But I decided that I didn't want to do that for a living. And it's just because my heart wasn't with helping people in the body. My heart was with helping people, bettering the world around them, not bettering them in the world that they were in. So I was like, I want to build stuff. And that's why I was like, let me go be an engineer. I want to build stuff that people use, build stuff that people work with, build stuff that helps make life easier for the people who are living their lives, right? And so anyways, my path to become a trader was not like me sitting there saying, I want to be a trader because I want to be rich. I want to be a trader because I want to make money. I got kind of like, trading was something I was fascinated with on a mathematical sense. But the reason I got into it was out of necessity. I lost my job in 2010. And my friend was a trader, rest in peace. He's no longer with us, but my friend that got me into trading, he, was making money with it. And I was like, oh, I could probably turn this into a career. And the whole time I'm trading, for the many, many, many years it took for me to finally become, profitable. As, people say, how long did it take to become profitable? Profitability is not a night or day switch. It's not like you wake up one day and say, oh, I'm profitable today. It's more like a time period where you just look at it and go, I'm kind of a profitable trader now. This is kind of cool. It's not your first big winning day. It's not your first big winning month. It's not your first big winning year. Profitability is like a sense of comfort that you just gain after so much time of feeling like you can sustain your stuff with it. I'm sure the day I thought I was profitable, was not, the day I was profitable started is not the first day I made big money that I said I can do this for the rest of my life. I never really had those feelings. It was the day that I made my yearly salary at 23 years old in a single trade that I go, man, I'm profitable at this. I'm crushing it. And around that time was about the time I went full time. So the reason I'm telling you the story is that goals should be a personal thing for yourself. Trading, I'm already 4 or 5 years into my journey where I'm finally like, oh, I guess I am profitable. And I've been making money all that time, not thinking about it. But it's like the moment that I felt that security of, okay, I'm doing this. The reason I tell that story is a lot of you are saying like, I'm 3 months into the game, 6 months into the game, and I can't pass an eval. When's it going to happen for me? The answer is there's not a moment in time where you're going to wake up and stare at your charts and you're like, it's happened for me, where you just made a little bit or passed your first eval, got your payout. It's going to be a lot of baby steps to get there, but it'll more like be like a day where you're already deep into it. And then you go, I think I'm there. And you look back and go, oh yeah, it kind of does add up. I am there. I am at my goal. Trading is not going to be a goal that you wake up tomorrow and say like, I've achieved it. There's no finish line. Another example is like yoga. I'm a practicing yogi, so I talk this story a lot. People go, how do I know if I'm good at yoga? Well, there's no such thing as good. There's no such thing as bad. It's constantly getting better. Your posture gets better. Your strength gets better. Your positions get better. You get better as you practice. You're always getting better, but you're never good. There's no such thing as good. The same thing as trading. Profitable, yeah, you can measure that. Did you make more than zero? But profitable isn't enough for most traders. Making $5, yeah, you're profitable, but can you live on that? Can you live on that 10 years out? There's no answer to what profitable is. It's what's profitable to you. But really, for my journey, it was like, could I sustain myself doing this? And that was my thought. It wasn't, I'm going to do this and make a ton of money. It was, I'm going to do this because, well, it's a job and I probably can be good at it. And my friend does, and he's good at it. So anyways, that's it. So when you guys are looking for your goals, don't be discouraged if you don't have a hard set finish line. When you get there and say, I've made it. Hey, mom, dad, I made it. It doesn't exist. It's going to be so blended into the background where the goal that you're aiming for, you're not even going to realize you hit it until years later. That's the reason for the story. So don't feel like I haven't made it yet. I haven't passed my eval yet. I'm not there yet. Every day is an improvement. You're going to get better. There's no such thing as being good at trading. You're just always getting better. Good is like, you're going to look back and say, I used to be bad, but I'm good now. Another way to describe it is there's no such thing as hot, like temperature wise. Hot is a feeling, and hot is really just measuring a difference in coldness. Like this thing is colder than that. And when you touch it, if you're the less cold thing, then you're going to feel cold because you're transmitting heat out. If you're the colder thing, you're going to feel hot because you're pulling heat in. There's no such thing as hot. Hot is like a construct of that motion of how heat moves, right? Hot as me. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You're not so bad yourself. The point I'm saying is that your goal is not going to be like, I've made it to the number. I'm done. This is it. I've made it as a trader. It's such a variable sort of goal. You just sort of like, at some point you look back and go, I'm doing this. I'm making it. I'm making money. This is good. And so it's hard to run a race that you never know you finished. Success is subjective, as Brando said. I love that, right? The only time I ever felt like I had made it was when I made that salary I made that 1 year in a single trade. And I go, man, that's crazy because I used to spend a whole year to make this. But I was years into my profitability journey before I made that discovery. And I've been crushing it maybe months and years before that too. But I just remember that moment in time where I had that kind of like the one celebratory moment where I'm like, okay, I think I've made it. But it's not like that finish line was obvious the minute I said, okay, today's the day I decide I'm profitable, right? The day that I decided I had made it, I was already well into the victory lane, right? So your goals aren't going to be so rigid as a trader. I'm saying don't give up. If you haven't made it yet, you're further along than you think you are. And even when you've made it, you're not going to believe that you've made it yet either. Success is achieving the things you've aimed for, as Farina said. And with trading, it's hard to choose a spot to land on because it's a game of constantly improving. There's no such thing as a best thing. Like in yoga, I'll tell you with yoga, my crazy thing was, can I do a handstand, right? That was the hardest thing I could ever learn how to do. And I can do a handstand, by the way. I'll show you all one day. Was like, when I could do a handstand, I'm like, okay, now I know I'm good at yoga. And that was like one of those things. But I've been doing yoga for like 7 years before I could do a handstand. And people probably look at me like, damn, he's pretty strong and pretty good at this. But I never thought I was good until I hit that goal, I set out for myself. And that was like, okay, I guess I'm pretty good at this now. But I'd been good for years before that, not even thinking about it. So I was discouraged because I didn't hit my goal. But to other people, I was extremely successful at it. Trading is going to be a weird variable like that too. And I know I'm running out of time here. But you guys' journey, it's not like, it's taking me a whole month to pass an eval and I can't pass it. I got to quit. Trading's not for me. It's going to be a long, crazy the variable kind of journey like that too. Is Pilates better than yoga? It depends on what you're trying to do. They're absolutely different. Yoga can be used as Pilates is more like restorative and originally used for like rehabilitation. And it turned into a workout. Yoga was a mental body focused practice for grounding and posture and flexibility that also turned into a workout. So like mat Pilates and yoga kind of have a lot of overlaps these days, but it's just different focuses. And these days, depending on what you're doing, if you're doing like Pilates, you're mostly doing strength and core training, body training, and yoga, you're doing mostly like, I guess, core and lower body as well. But my back muscles got ripped. I was doing yoga when I got started out. And the reason I did it, because it was like so different than anything I ever did before. I have a whole story, but I won't get into it. But I was doing CrossFit at the time. And it was just something different to do. And I loved it. It's a whole different thing. It's like a mental thing. It's not like why I like gardening, man, because it's like I'm so into the Wall Street culture, being saturated with all this BS we deal with as traders, and like yoga's a minute where like I have silence for like an hour, you know what I mean? You jump into it and you're like, man, it's so quiet here. Like nobody's messaging me in Discord. I'm not in any trades right now. I don't got to think of anything. I'm sitting here sweating my ass off. My arms are shaking because I'm doing plank push-ups and stuff. Yeah. All different. 40K, 47K. We're mere students in Matthew's world. Everyone just listen for hours and hours and hours. His knowledge is never ending, like his talking. This is true. Well, I get paid to talk, so it's part of the job too. In life, I actually don't really talk a lot. If you ever meet IDOC in person, she'll tell you around the house I'm very quiet, almost shy-like. But yes, in your journeys in trading, guys, the goal is sometimes hard to see. If you need something to ground yourself to say that you've made it, the whole point of the story, find your handstand, okay? Find I made my year's salary in a trade. So whatever your point is that you said, that set yourself on a goal. Because it's such a weird variable, you're going to have a hard time trusting and believing in yourself. So try to set milestones along the way. Because when I tell you the day I thought I was great at trading, I didn't realize I'd been great for years. I didn't believe in myself because I didn't really set a good goal on it. I was just like, well, I can survive and pay my bills with this. Okay, that was the goal. There's no finish line to that. You just keep going. So it's really hard to set that sort of milestone with yourself strength. Try to find something to anchor yourself on. Like if you're failing, if it takes you 3 months to pass an eval, try to make it in 2. Try to make it in 1. Like, set rigid goals along the way if you need that for yourself. For me, I'm a person could take a beating. So I'm just like, well, I'll just endure this crazy hard life until whenever. And I didn't really set good goals for it, right? It took me a long time to realize I was good at this, even though I was doing good at it. It's a good thought, right? It's a good thought process. So your goal first, not lose money. That's a very good goal to set. Second, make a consistent amount each week. Third, making enough to quit your first job. Fourth, consistently improve. Increasing profit goals every 3 to 4 months. Perfect, right? It's good to have these conversations. You like it? Good. In school, your goal is, well, I'm going to graduate, get my job, try to get raises, try to work up in the company. Like those are pretty obvious goals, right? In trading, if you don't set something, you can kind of get lost in the mix of it. And then, you have months that you're up, months that you're down. You never really know if you're ahead or not. You always feel like you're drowning, even if you're making money. It can happen. So give yourself some goals, write them down, and try to. My opinion, up from here or down from here? Nah, no opinion, dude. I've got no opinion at all. I wanted to long at MHP to hold this. And again, we're sitting flat at the open. In reality, there's no reason for me to be in a trade or not be in a trade. I long at MHP just about every single time. And I'm betting that we have higher lows off of this. I bought the 4, closed out 2, and I still have these 2, and they're still kind of up. And I don't even really care anymore. But anyways, all right, I'll see you guys later. Oh, I'm out of time. I love you guys. Thanks for staying in. As always, thanks for being here on MyFunded TV. Don't forget to hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. We are growing like wildfire here. I'll be live for a little bit in the afternoon on my own channel, as I am every single afternoon. Looks like Abhishek's posting that in chat here. So thank you guys. Thank you, MyFundedFutures, for the awesome 90-10 split on the wrapped accounts. We love that. It's an amazing program. If you guys haven't checked it out, MyFundedFutures is my favorite prop firm. I love trading with MyFundedFutures. It's been such a great journey there. The rapid is really nice, especially people having a hard time passing trading accounts. The quicker path to payout is better for you up, emotionally, because it's sometimes, the quicker path is the easier path. So anyways, we'll see you guys later, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me on Crazy Stories and chilling here. I had like I said, down at the bottom screen, top screen, added up like a $56,000 day today. Not too bad. It's kind of like making back some of the losses from December that we don't like to talk about. So anyways, doing good and happy, and we'll see y'all later in the afternoon. I'm out of here. Y'all have a great afternoon. Bye.